Would help if I wasn't muted. That would be a big difference maker. Anyway, guys, welcome and good to have you here as we get in to the 4th week of the Champions of the Rift. Now, of course, we still have a couple of people who are preparing to sign into the tournament, and so far it looks like we have 19 competitors, though there are still 4 that need to check in. So again, like always, we are going to be playing a total of 4 rounds is what it's going to be coming out to. So a lot to be had there. I'm very curious to see how all of that is going to be taking place here. And so, again, we're going to be doing a quick shuffle to see how everything ends up going, and then we will be able to get this tournament started. And it's been really interesting because we've been playing Spiritforged for a long while here, and we've had a lot of really fun findings so far with all of that. And so, again, I'm going to be curious to see who ends up winning out, because even last week we had a Lux that was able to take down 2 of the top contenders, a Aurelia and what was it, and a Draven that Lux was able to take down, which was really surprising here and not one thing that we really suspected to be happening. So again, we have a lot of really good competitors here. On the average, we have names that you've seen every week, such as Terra, Corey Millhouse, Prismaticism, Game Slayer, and we are getting into some new competition, even JChan here, and Siri from last week, who had a really good matchup here with his Aurelia, and I believe he took first place last time. So we're going to continue to shuffle the seeds to see how everything ends up going with the check-ins, but we have about 7 minutes until the entire tournament is going to be started here. So something to look forward to. And we'll see what ends up happening, because, I mean, one thing is, are we potentially going to see any Annie? I know that we had an Annie that ended up actually taking the China regionals here this last weekend. That was pretty impressive, and the deck list looked pretty incredible. And I'm going to be interested to see if maybe we see a little bit of that this week. And that's going to be something interesting too, because we've had 2 weeks where Draven has taken the top spot in the China regionals, one that was taken by Kaisa and one that was taken by Annie. And it still seems like that this meta is wide open. So are we going to see maybe some big surprises this week? We have so far in the season. Now, of course, we'll be in the process of getting the leaderboard pulled up for you as we continue with the check-ins, and we'll see if we can get everything running smoothly. And if you do happen to see anyone that you would like to have casted, feel free to let me know, and we would be happy to get that going. So let me get that pulled up. There we go. Okay. So with that, let's zoom in real quick and then take a look at the leaderboard and see what we have to see here. Now, one thing that I absolutely love so far, Corey Millhouse currently in first place with 22 points. Likewise, Zebro is in second at 20. Vit is at third with 20, but it is still a very close competition for that top spot. Anyone who is able to get a big win this week could really climb the ranks. I mean, heck, even those that are in the top 16 are only at 9 points so far. And again, that's going to be the big reason why consistency is going to be one of the biggest deciding factors on how to get into that top 16 to qualify for the end of season tournament. And so we'll see what ends up happening there. But again, it seems like a lot of people are testing and preparing for the big regionals that are coming out, as Spiritforged is coming out this Friday. Hopefully you guys have been able to get some, good finds on your boxes. We did open a box here yesterday on stream. That was a lot of fun, really cool pulls. Can't wait to see what other stuff we end up getting, and I hope your guys' pulls are just as important. So we're going to be taking a really quick break just so I can make sure that the tournament starts up as smoothly as possible, and then we are going to dive right in. So stay tuned for that, and thank you guys so much for being here. It's going to be a thrill of a ride. Alrighty, and here we go. Welcome to the Champions of the Rift in Season 1 of Week 4. We are halfway done with the season so far, and it has been a lot of competition. We are about 1 minute away from the top of the hour where this tournament is going to start. We are refreshing the brackets, making sure that everything is good to go, and then we are going to be able to start this tournament. So, we're going to see what ends up happening, but I mean, I'm going to be really excited to see what we have going on here. Now, again, it could be anyone's game. Tara here thinks he's all that, but we'll see if that's going to be a winner there. So yeah, we have also created a new graphic. I hope you guys enjoyed that preview there. Ekpilot, I haven't seen you actually register yet. Are you registered? You haven't checked in yet. Let me know. You have 1 minute. It looks like we are getting started here. So we'll see what ends up happening. But it looks like round 1 is going to be officially live with all of that. So we're going to process the check-in results here, and then we are going to start the tournament as we get into round number 1. And it looks like here that we have some good competition. Let's go ahead and take a look at what we might have here. And so we'll see what ends up going, but we have some good competition all in all. So first and foremost, of course, we got Gameslayer versus Terra, Ekpilot versus Trethis, Brocane versus Al808. I mean, there's a lot of actually really good matches here that I'm looking forward to. If you guys see anything that you would maybe like to take a look at, let me know, because I think there is going to be some really fun stuff. First off, I think Siri versus Argon is going to be a really good match. I think that's the one that we are going to do first. So good luck to everyone who is a competitor here. I think we have some exciting matches that are going to get started. Let's make sure that we keep an eye on things. But it looks like Siri and Argon are going to be getting started here. And we'll see if we're able to catch their game. So give me a second, though. We are going to be getting in. I have a couple of things that I do need to set up for the match. And yeah, if I remember correctly, Siri is going to be playing some Aurelia. So he was talking about bringing that deck this week. So we'll see, but I'm going to be really interested to see what ends up happening. And yeah, we'll try to watch out for Draven and Kai'Sa. I know Corey generally runs Kai'Sa, but we actually haven't had too much Draven in these matchups, which is really good to see. So let me just get a couple of things. And so, yeah, we'll get this going here. I think it's going to be a pretty good matchup for all of us, and we'll see what is able to come here. So, again, we have about everything set up. We're waiting for the room code, and then we're about to get started. So, again, I give people about 5 minutes to get into their lobby so that everything can get set up for them, and then the clock timer officially starts. If you end up getting into your room a little bit quicker, awesome, good for you. Then you're able to maybe have a couple of more minutes in your time. But how this tournament actually works is every Tuesday at 6 Eastern, you join in. Then what ends up happening is you play 4 rounds in total. You can play 2 rounds if you want and then drop. That's perfectly fine. Nothing wrong with that. And then after that, you are able to see how you do against other people. And you climb up the leaderboards, which you have just seen, to try to qualify for a top 16 at the end of the tournament. If you are able to do so, awesome. You're going to be able to try to compete in a single elimination tournament to try to get that final top 2 position where first place gets a champion playmat and second place ends up getting a finalist playmat too. And yeah, I'm hearing that the audio might be a little bit low. I'm showing mid-yellow on my end, so we'll see how that ends up going here. But it looks like we are going to be playing a Aurelia versus maybe even an Annie here. So again, could be a really interesting matchup here in this game 1 as both competitors start getting set up. Oh, it looks like it is going to be a Aurelia versus an Ezreal. So I mean, I'm really excited about how this match is going to go as we continue to get things set up here. And so again, guys, take your bets now on who you think is going to win this game 1. Argon as Ezreal versus Siri as Aurelia. I think it's going to be actually a really good game for us to be able to see. And so with that being said, here we go. And we are back in action as both these competitors are ready to go. And we are happy to start. Looks like a natural 20 to an 18. Holy crap, you can't get much closer to that and by any means. Also, we are starting to do some background music, so let me know if you can even hear the background music or if it does get too loud over my voice. I'm trying to do that to at least keep the mood a little bit better for y'all, so let me know. But with that being said, this is going to be a best-of-3 tournament. And so we'll see how this ends up going out. With that, too, we also have a Dreaming Tree. The first time that you draw a card each turn, or each time you target with a spell each turn, draw one, and then Void Gate, where you deal 1 excessive damage to units that are at that battlefield. So definitely going to be an interesting matchup here as we see the Pit Crew coming in first. Now, whenever you play a gear, you ready me, and that can be the speed and agility that Ezreal has been come to know by. It's a really interesting combo that adds a whole different dynamic to this game. And it looks like with that, the Tide Turner is going to be taking the Dreaming Tree and going up to 1 point. So already, Siri is on the board, but it's going to be interesting to see how this is going to continue to affect as the Pit Crew moves into the Void Gate. And will be looking like tapping a Chaos Rune to be able to play a Cole. Now that will be counting and allowing it to ready back up and move back into base. And again, the combo can be really special here because if you're able to conquer with Cole, you create a gold, and then that allows you to ready up the Pit Crew so you can immediately move it back into base. And yeah, this is currently being played on TCG Arena. It is a free web browser that you are able to play on. And one thing that's really special about that is that it also has random matchmaking. So if you do want to go against anyone, you are able to do so. A really great place to be able to get some practice in. So it looks like now Aurelia is going to be coming out. But one of the biggest things that you might have to worry about is if there is a singularity that is going to be coming into effect here. That's going to be the one thing that could really hurt the Aurelia here, but also that's going to be 3 runes that would need to be tapped here for Ezreal, but even still, that could be absolutely devastating. Normally, you do want to try to get something out to be able to protect the Aurelia. But again, there's only a few things that can really take out Aurelia from set. But it looks like the Pit Crew is going to be moving into the Void Gate. That's going to be immediately creating the gold off of the Cull, allowing it to ready up and move right back in. And so again, the speed here is going to be fast enough to be able to match what the Aurelia is able to do. You do have to be careful though, because if Aurelia kind of sets up a little bit too fast, then you can really start to fall behind. But we already have a Seal of Discord that's now going to be coming in. Pit Crew again is going to be readied up, moving into the Dreaming Tree. And again, that is going to be creating another gold, allowing Pit Crew to be readied up and moving right back into base to fight another day. Now, one of the big things that Aurelia can struggle with here is the card draw. You want to try to get as many answers as you can here, and if you're not necessarily able to do so, it can be a pretty big struggle here. But it looks like we are going to be actually going for a called shot here, though it's not going to be repeated. Instead, it is only going to be paid for by the seal itself. There is going to be no other options to be able to repeat it, as both the Oh, it looks like it is going to be repeated. Okay. Yeah, it looks like that's fine. Okay, cool. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what kind of answers, because again, Ezreal can get extremely powerful the later into the round that we get. And so Aurelia can be on a little bit of a time clock. And the hard part with Aurelia is that she has a lot of runes that she has to sacrifice here. So if you end up moving a little bit too slow here, or you're not able to protect your assets well enough here on the Aurelia side, you can really start to struggle here. So right now, it looks like a Charm's going to be coming in, grabbing the Ezreal and moving it into the Dreaming Tree. Oh, and the repeat because of Ezreal on base. That's correct, because optional additional costs you pay cost 1 or 1 power less, so it immediately gets repeated for free. Yep, you're exactly right about that. And I knew that. I can't believe I forgot that. And so Aurelia's deck list is actually on the Discord right now, as a double Charm is going to be coming out into the Dreaming Tree. And that is going to be a very big turn right there. 4 runes up, but it looks like there's going to be actually no answers here to be able to deal with these kinds of threats. Something like a Frigid Touch right now would be extremely powerful, but even then, that's a double deflect that you would have to pay for on the Aurelia side here, and that deflect can really start to shut down a lot of decks. So you got to be careful there on how you go about this, but looks like Argon is going to be thinking and considering what might be happening. And we'll see if there's maybe some kind of response. Argon seems to be thinking still and might be able to maybe have a play here, but again, this is going to be maybe a difficult choice, as yes, it looks like the pit crew is going to be taken down and both battlefields are being held by Aurelia. Very well played there by Siri, and we'll see if Argon's going to be able to get any type of answers. This is exactly what Aurelia needed, because if Aurelia is able to go up to 6 points, at that point, you could just immediately pull back to base and say, hey, even if you are able to take both, I'm going to be moving in and potentially getting both points. Either with Tide Turner or Aurelia, I have the options to be able to do so. And so, again, it's going to be something very difficult here for the Ezreal, and this is the speed of Aurelia and why she can be such a formidable foe. Now, it looks like we are going to be getting a called shot coming in, both golds being destroyed to be able to have that cost, and we'll see if there's any answers that can come from the top of this deck. And I mean, heck, even if there is, the hard part is 6 runes at the ready for Aurelia, so even if you are able to try to get something onto the battlefield here, something to speed things up, it still might not be enough. And one of the scariest things that you have to be worrying about is going to be the signature spell here. And that's going to be literally a net 5 essentially, where Aurelia, when you target her, she gets +1. And so not only are you adding +2 with the signature spell, but on top of that, you're going to be putting in absolute work on getting a net 5 essentially with just a 1 cost 1 power spell. And so here we go. I mean, Ezreal has all the cards in hand, 6 runes to be played here, and we'll see if there's anything that is able to be done. Even on top of that, if anything happens to go into Dreaming Tree and Aurelia targets herself, then she's also going to be getting a ton of card draw. And so again, maybe something that we need to be a little bit careful about here. And so it looks like a Stupefy is going to be coming in from the Ezreal. A little bit extra card draw. Hard part is with picking the Aurelia, there is a deflect cost that needs to be paid there. And so we'll see what ends up happening here. But it looks like there is going to be a Wages of Pain that's going to be coming in. That's again going to be targeting the Aurelia again. And And that's going to be dealing 3 damage. Is there going to be any answers here that can keep the Aurelia alive? I mean, there has to be. A Discipline even. Unguard. There's a million that Aurelia has in her deck. Yes, it's a 40-card deck, but there's always a million answers there. So keep that in mind. But still, this is going to be big. And this is a big final push, too. But it looks like a Flash is going to be coming in. That'll be targeting both units to move them back into base. Which, I mean, still might be a little bit of a risk here. But, I mean, that's going to allow for both of them to take both of the battlefields here. And hopefully still be able to push for that final 2 points. But again, it feels like Ezreal is just going to be in trouble. And it all started with that double charm that Aurelia was able to dish out. And still, with 5 cards in hand and 4 runes up, gosh, and I mean, you're really wondering at this point, is Argon running a Singularity? Because that at least pings anywhere on the board, but still, even with all the answers in hand, you would need something like even a Singularity and then a Frigid Touch, or a Singularity and a Stupefy at minimum. And that's assuming that your opponent doesn't have the Unguards or the Disciplines or really anything else. And so this is a really big chance, because now there's only 2 runes up for Ezreal, and he might not be able to even have a 2-cost unit in hand to be able to get out into the battlefield. So far, this has been a very well-played game for Aurelia. That is going to be a passover from Ezreal, as it looks like the first one in the Void Gate is going to be conquered, moving Siri up to 5 points, followed by Aurelia going into the Dreaming Tree to go up to 6, followed by a Guardian Angel being equipped to Aurelia, allowing her to live another day. If there's anything that does end up taking her out, well, that's fine, and I believe that Siri should have everything set up to be able to take both battlefields, unless somehow Aurelia will be able to be completely killed at this point. But I don't believe that Ezreal has the answers nor the rune count to be able to do so. And so, yeah, it looks like it is just going to be a hand reveal at that point. A lot of options here, but looks like just not necessarily finding the answers, as game 1 is going to be going over into Aurelia's favor. Now, again, really well done there by both competitors. Love that they were able to have just that kind of bout together. I mean, that's going to be something that is really... I gotta say, those 2 charms were just such a big difference maker. And I really wonder how the rest of the game would have gone, because the combo was set up incredibly well, where you did have the pit crew set up with the Cole and then even Ezreal on top of that. So everything was in hand, and then just having those 2 answers was enough to be able to stop Ezreal in his tracks and keep that momentum. Both of these competitors are very highly skilled, but man, when you have answers like that, it can be so difficult to try to come back from that. So it looks like we are finishing up on selecting the battlefields and the side decking, though Argon has just finished his side decking, and we are going into game 2. It all comes down to what Argon is going to be able to do, and if he can come back and take game 2 here, because if not, we could have a very early on 2-0 here. And so here we go for game number 2, as Argon has something left to prove. And so we'll see what they're able to do here. And if there's going to be a response that Ezreal is going to be able to capitalize on. Now, one of the scary parts here is that Hall of Legends is going to be Ezreal's pick. When you conquer here, you may pay 1 to ready your legend. And likewise, on the other side, Sunken Temple, which when you conquer here with 1 or more mighty units, aka they have 5 might or more, you may pay 1 to draw 1. So again, that card draw could be something that both sides end up utilizing, though Aurelia is going to be maybe a little bit better suited to capitalize on that Sunken Temple. So we'll see what ends up happening here. But while they are still getting set up, guys, if you do want to be a part of these tournaments, you are more than able to do so. And by saying so, I would say that you are able to join the Discord and sign up for these tournaments. They're free to play. Great place for you to be able to get some practice in. And we'll see what ends up happening. It looks like Argon took a step out here real quick. I believe they might be remaking the lobby. And so we'll see what ends up happening. Let me pull back real quick and see what we have. They're typing out currently. And it looks like they accidentally, they on accident went back in browser. His back button was mouse 3 that he on accident clipped. So they are remaking the room. So no big deal, guys. We're going to be started here in game number 2 momentarily. And so let me just get right back in. And yep. And they are good to go as we go into game number 2. Now again, luckily, it doesn't seem like Aurelia could very consistently have a double charm that they could be utilizing here, which is good. That's maybe something that you don't want to have to face on a regular basis. And so again, this is going to be a big deciding factor. Is Ezreal going to be able to deal with the threats properly and be able to come back in this game? Time will tell, but all in all, this is going to be an absolutely thrilling matchup, and we'll see who is going to be able to take game number 2. Also, with Spiritforged coming out, what decks are you guys, as viewers, hoping that you're able to play and build in set 2? Let me know. And so again, we're going to be starting off with a stacked deck. So looking at the top 3 cards, able to pick one and add the rest to the bottom. Might be trying to dig for some answers here. We'll see what might be selected. But again, Ezreal maybe even not able to add everything that he would want. This is going to be a tough situation, this is going to be really tough to see. It looks like he's debating between 2 cards here. And it looks like we are going to be adding one to hand and the other to the bottom. Now, that is a very hard decision and going to be passing with that. So Aurelia is going to be able to get some units out onto the board already. And again, starting with a treasure hunter. So anytime that it moves, it is able to play a gold gear token exhausted. And that gold can be a very big difference maker here. And it looks like also we have a pit crew again coming to. And it looks like we do have the Seal of Discord that is being played that will allow for the pit crew to be readied up going into the battlefield. And is there maybe anything else that could be played here? Or is it going to be a sitting duck? Because, I mean, heck, there are a lot of spells that Aurelia could capitalize on to take out the pit crew if it is left stranded in a battlefield. But it looks like, yeah, that is going to be a pass at that point. And let me know, guys, is the music volume, is it at a too quiet of a level or is it kind of loud? I'm testing it for the first time. And so it looks like a Lonely Poro is actually going to be coming out. And this is really quite surprising for an Aurelia deck. Normally, it is not very unit heavy here. But in this case, it looks like that it very well could be. And so a big shift from what's, in the ordinary here, as it looks like also Swiftfoot boots are coming in and a gold created on the move of the Treasure Hunter. So again, if you've been here in the tournaments, if you've seen the videos, I keep telling you that Aurelia is probably one of the most power-hungry decks. So being able to have a Treasure Hunter early in the game to help mitigate a lot of that can really speed up Aurelia and give her the utility she needs to be able to keep taking the game to her opponent turn after turn. So we'll see if that's going to be something to really pay some dividends, because Treasure Hunter mid to late game could really be a dead card in hand. And so this is going to be a big turn for Ezreal. Well, at least the pit crew is going to be able to now score point number 2 here. And it looks like pit crew is going to immediately retreat back to base. Still the Ezreal in the champion zone, though that is going to be 3 runes that will need to be paid at this point. Still 2-1, but again, with both units out, the Lonely Poro can go up to 4 might at that point and be able to take out the pit crew. So there might need to be a answer or two here to try to keep the pit crew alive for as long as possible, though we'll see if that's possible. The nice part is that luckily Aurelia is completely tapped out here. And so that's going to be a nice step in the right direction, because you at least get the ability to move things around as, oh my gosh, a Time Warp is discarded. And so, yeah, it looks like that is going to be a pass. Both units are going to be back in the base, which means we should be going up to a 3-2 as Siri takes the lead with Aurelia. And now, again, the pit crew is going to be, or not the pit crew, sorry, the Treasure Hunter is going to be moving back, creating another gold as the Aurelia is played from the champion zone. And so we'll see what kind of responses. 2 runes left at the ready as the pass makes the turn go over to Ezreal. And so this is going to be a big turn here. We'll see what Ezreal is able to do. But the hard part is, with an Aurelia now set up, even if you do try to take the Poro, they very well might just be allowing the Poro to die for the card draw so that they can continue to build that momentum here. So that could be a very powerful option, but Aurelia is going to be essentially starting every turn at 7 might. And that already is going to be difficult enough to try to move into the... trying to take over where Aurelia is at. I mean, 4 cards in hand at least. Aurelia hasn't been able to draw the most amount of cards, but still, there's a lot of answers there that could be pretty intimidating to try to play around. Even if you do know the deck list, it can still be a very difficult thing to try to figure out. And so it looks like that Argon is really thinking about what he is able to do here on this turn. And I mean, sometimes, especially when you have 7 cards in hand, it can be a very difficult situation to try to call where you want to go and what your most optimal line is going to be. And so I totally understand where that's coming from. That can be such a difficult matchup here. But it looks like 3 runes are going to be tapped. And is this going to be maybe another Ezreal? Nope, it looks like instead it's going to be a Frigid Touch. Ezreal will cover the cost by 1 rune. But the targets here are going to be interesting, especially since it was repeated. Maybe trying to prepare if there is, for example, like a fight or flight that could be in hand, it'll be interesting to see what the targets are going to be as the runes are sacked to the bottom of the deck for the deflect cost. And so again, I'm going to be curious to see. For next week, I am going to be working on doing an automated card animation, so stay tuned for that. That's the last thing that I need to do. I was spending time working on intros and stuff like that you guys saw. But yeah, we're still working on getting the graphics set up a little bit more. And so we'll see what ends up happening, but it looks like Aurelia is now down to 2, so even if there is a fight or flight, she can only go to a max of 3. So it might be a very great option to have slowed her down this turn, but again, that double deflect cost is a lot. That can really shut down things if we are not careful. So we'll see what is able to be done here. And again, this is a very long turn for Argon. But there's still a lot at stake here. Even if he is able to move in, you still got to be very mindful that the Lonely Poro could be taking out the Pit Crew or the Ezreal, though you don't ever really want to attack in with the Ezreal. His abilities are so powerful that you want to keep him in base so that you can continue to utilize him properly. But that's going to be the hardest part here. How do you now go in? And also, even if you don't, what do you do if you try to go into, like, Sunken Temple, for example? And are you just sending your lamb to the slaughter at this point? And so it looks like another 2 runes are going to be tapped as another Frigid Touch is coming down, though this is only going to be at a cost of 1. So it looks like another deflect is going to be coming in. Aurelia is at 0, and another rune sacrificed at this point. And is there something in hand that can deal damage at it for a unit in a base? Because you just spent 3 runes trying to pay the deflect cost to get that unit down to 0. And units do not die when they're at 0. That's going to be the big thing here. It just doesn't deal combat damage at that point. And looks like Bellows Breath is going to be coming out. A lot of runes sacrificed this turn. And we're going to see if this pays off here. But Bellows Breath, is it going to be repeated? I don't think so. I think it is just going to be a once as a... No, it very well, I think it is going to be repeated. And an Unguard's going to be going in. That is going to be targeting Aurelia. That is only going to be 2 at that point because there is another unit in the base. But still, that is not going to be enough. And both the Treasure Hunter and Aurelia are going to be taken care of. But with that, there is only 2 runes left for Ezreal. And is that going to be the thing that digs Ezreal into a hole that he's not able to get out of, or give him the ability to now... Give him the ability to take this game, but I mean, it's still so early that he's now at 2 runes to going into 9 runes for Aurelia. This is a huge risk here. And so, yeah, we'll see. It looks like the Ezreal is going to be taking and then passing. And so did not want to attack in even with a Lonely Poro there. And the ganking over is going to be utilized. Moving in, and Siri is going to be taking out the Ezreal at that point and gaining another 2 points as it goes 5-3. 9 runes at the ready, and the turn is passed. So we'll see what ends up happening here. But it looks like one's going to be paid. A stacked deck to try to look for some answers here, but man, you got to be so worried. It's like, unless you have ways to really mitigate the amount of might that Aurelia might be able to dish out here, it's incredibly intimidating to try to attack in. And right now, it's already 3-3, so if there is any discipline, if there is any Unguard, if there's even a signature spell that we haven't seen yet. This could be a big answer, but right now it looks like we are going to be going in with a Cull that is going to get equipped over into the pit crew, allowing it to move over into the battlefield. That'll create a gold, readying it up, and then allowing it to move right back into base. But still, at the same time, the Lonely Poro is going to be bouncing back and forth at this point. And trying to, I mean, just scoring 2 points. It's going to be 7. With 11 runes up for the Aurelia, and I don't think there is going to be any answers here. And it looks like one is going to be floated at this point for Aurelia, as a card is hidden in the battlefield and a pass. Now that is, oh my gosh, and it's like 10 cards, or I mean, no, sorry, 10 runes with 4 cards in hand. A lot of potential, a lot of answers here that could be had, and this game is pretty much looking like it's as good as done. And so, yeah, they've been able to do a really good job on getting to just be able to maintain control of the battlefield. I don't know what could be done here. Maybe even, again, maybe a singularity, but even then there could be a lot of answers to be able to get that Lonely Poro up in might. And again, this might have been just way too big of a sacrifice here that set Ezreal too far back. But the Lonely Poro is putting in work, the MVP of this game. If you would have told me that a Poro would have done the majority of the work here, I would have laughed a little bit, because, I mean, it's like, well, I don't know, especially against Ezreal, but it looks like the answers have been able to be found time and time again for the Aurelia, and the Ezreal is struggling here. The time is still counting down, and the Ezreal is thinking over on what answers he could potentially have here. And it looks like a reveal of the hand is going to also be showing 2 fighter flights, a not so fast, and even a defy. So some great answers in hand, and that very well could be a scoop here from the Ezreal. We'll see what ends up being said here, but again, that could very well be the game, as, yeah, looks like even a Tide Turner could be coming down in another Pit Crew Arcane Shift, and even Boots of Swiftness in hand for the Ezreal. So yeah, that is going to be the game, as it looks like that is it, as Aurelia takes down Ezreal 2-0, and a great showing there too. And so guys, just so you know, now that we have, I think, about 30 minutes left on the clock, we're going to be looking for another game potentially. And so we'll see what ends up happening. Let's go and take a look at Brocane and Al808. Al is usually the one that is playing the Lux. He was playing Lux last week, and it was a very interesting... Oh, they have the lobby full. Of course you do, Brocane. You would. Okay, let's go... Corey and Prismat. That should be really fun. We'll see how that ends up going. So thank you guys so much for being here. We're in the process of getting things taken care of. And it looks like that lobby is going to be good. So let's get into that, as it looks like it is going to be a Kai'Sa versus Draven. Exactly what everyone wanted to see here. And so with that... Let me just get a couple of things set up real quick, and then we'll get over into that lobby. And so, yeah, we'll transition over for you guys. And then I'll, of course, fix the legends there. I just want to get you guys over to be able to see the gameplay before they get, like, too far gone or, you know, done with everything, you know. And so it looks like at the top we have Draven by Prismaticism, and then on the bottom we have a Kai'Sa. And so again, Kai'Sa's had a really good comeback here. and has been able to put in a lot of work at the past couple of regionals. And I'm going to be curious to see what it's able to do over on the English side, because it seemed like that it had a little bit of a falling out, but has been able to work its way right back into the meta. Oh, not Darius, Draven. My bad. All right, there we go. And so, again, this is going to be a really interesting game, especially as Piercing Light is going to be coming in from the... from the Draven side. Or no, is that going to be from the Kai'Sa side? Oh, so Prismaticism played the Piercing Light in the Draven build. That's going to be dealing 2 to a unit out of battlefield and 2 somewhere else if that is going to be repeated. But it looks like at that point that's going to be an absolute board wipe at that point, leaving 2 mechs behind. So already a great answer there to be able to get some momentum shifted here. And it looks like this is also going to be Miracle Draven that Prismaticism is playing here. So again, there we go with the last rites being equipped here. And still with 3 runes at the ready and 12 cards in the discard on this Conquer, there could be a lot to be gained here. And so is going to be, with paying the equip cost, you do have to send 2 cards to the bottom of your deck. And it looks like that cost was indeed paid. And so we'll see what is able to be done here. And so we'll see what ends up going on. Thank you so much for the raid, King Louie. Good to have you here, and hopefully your stream went well as you prepare for your Italy regionals. I mean, we're getting really close. I think we're 10 days away. Have a good night, King Louie. And it looks like a Void Seeker is going to be coming in on top of that. So that's going to be 4 damage dealt. And if there's anything else that is able to be done here, that might be enough to stop the Conquer. And it looks like a Hextech Ray is also going to be taking down the Rasha. Some great answers there on the side of Kai'Sa, stopping the Conquering from happening, especially after connecting the last rites to a Rasha. And that could be something to really slow down the opponent here, and very much needed at this point in the game. And so again, this is going to be a big tell. Are we going to re-equip? And it looks like we are going to be re-equipping to the battering ram, so that is going to be going up to 7. And I'm pretty sure it's going to be safe to say at this point that the battering ram will be able to conquer. And at that point, you might be seeing another Rasha coming in. Now, of course, that is going to be costing 3 at that point. That would be the final 3 and a power to be able to play that. But it looks like a battering ram is going to be played instead. That's going to be a little bit smarter just because there is less rune that you will be losing at that point. And again, just a very difficult board state to try to deal with here. And so we'll see if this is going to be something that Corey Millhouse is going to be able to come back from. But the biggest thing here is that the Draven is tapped out. That's going to be one of the biggest helpers here, as a Cleave is coming in, adding 3, or Assault 3, which is going to be 3 additional might when attacking. So it's at 6. And it's moving into the Obelisk of Power with both of them. So it looks like they are trying to force a trade here. And again, that's going to be 1 point gained. So it's going to be 5-4 currently. But again, there needs to be some kind of answer to be able to build up your board state, or at least try to answer the other side, because, I mean, you have essentially 11 might that could be coming in, and the Ferris Forerunner might be a step in the right direction here, as well as a Noxus Hopeful, so immediately able to not only take a battlefield, but add 10 might down onto the board state. Now, again, both competitors, they still have about 20 minutes left on the clock, so plenty of time to be able to take this game. And we don't know, unfortunately, what game they are currently in. And so, again, though, if you keep attaching the last rites, you have to recycle 2 runes or 2 cards from the trash to the bottom of the deck every single time that you connect that. But luckily, again, the Kaisa is tapped out, but you got to figure out what can I do then to try to counter or prepare for the potential 10 might that might be swinging in here. And especially with Corey already being up by 1 additional point, that could be a hard decision to make here. And so, again, I'm going to be curious to see what Prismaticism is going to be able to do. Both these competitors play at a very high level, so this is not going to be a walk in the park for either opponent here. And so it all comes down to not only what they drew, but also what they can potentially do to prepare for the potential onslaught that is coming. And again, yeah, they do have plenty of time to think here, as another Seal is going to be coming down, then with another Ezreal being played, discarding a Nocturne, being able to draw 2. Sometimes that's going to be the downside of Miracle Draven, is if you are playing the Nocturne, honestly, you draw it more often than you actually see it without drawing it. So, yeah, you're just going to be mainly having it in hand as a dead card. When you find it, though, that +4 might is a very big difference maker. And not only that, the biggest difference maker of them all is going to be the Ezreal here. Being able to discard 1 and draw 2, and then also being able to mitigate the additional costs you pay for one rune or 1 power less. I mean, that already is such a powerful ability to utilize. Gosh, it's why he's going to be such an expensive card. But it looks like we are going to be doing with the called shot. Again, going to be digging for some answers. And if there's a battering ram in hand again, you could be getting it out for, I mean, at this point, you could be getting it out for 3, but if you play any other cards, you could even get it out for even less than that. And even still, if you move in, for example, the battering ram over to the Obelisk of Power, there's nothing that the Kaisa can do. That is going to be a 1 combat at that point, meaning that the Draven will be able to get a guaranteed draw here. So it looks like the Rosh is going to be the one moving in. That's going to be 6 to 3 might. And immediately that combat is won and the card drawn off of the legend ability, and we are tied 5 to 5. Now the Fizz is going to be moving into the Void Gate. Again, you got to be a little bit careful because any damage is amplified by 2 by spell power. So if you play a Hextech Ray, that's going to be dealing 4 damage in the Void Gate. That can be pretty devastating. But it looks like the risk was well managed here by Prismaticism. And so here we go with the Noxus Hopeful moving in. That's going to be 6 to 6. And 3 runes left at the ready. One thing you got to be worried about is if he does end up wanting to play. But instead, it looks like a Time Warp is going to be coming in here to give an extra turn, going up to 7. And is that going to be sealing the game here? No, it's not, because the hard bargain is in play. So 4 runes, while 3 runes sacrificed at that point. And hard bargain is going to immediately shut that down. It looks like Corey Millhouse has disconnected. Wow, what an answer there from Prismaticism. And it looks like that final push was shut down, and that can sometimes be the rage-inducing answer there. where a 2 might card can shut down a 10 might spell. That is something that is just so difficult to try to deal with sometimes, and rightfully so. It's like, why should a 10 might card be able to mitigate that, you know? And so, again, very difficult answers to be had there, and something that can be a little bit difficult there, but it looks like that Prismaticism and Corey Millhouse are going to be the final 2 there as we go into round 2. I need to drop one person real quick. I need to drop Prismaticism, or Tara, before they report. Okay. There we go. And so there, and then next we should be able to have round 2. So let me get that going. And it looks like we will be ending at 5 before the hour. Wow. So, I mean, that was one of the fastest rounds we've had. And so we're immediately going into the next one. So what we're going to be doing is let's take a look at the bracket here as we see that looks like Prismaticism was able to take down Corey Millhouse 2-0 at that point. Wow, that is a big hit right there. But not only that, it looks like Nat14 was able to also win 2-1 there. Tara was able to lose, unfortunately, 1-2. Very sad to see. He's a good friend. And JChan also being able to win against that 10%. So we're going to be moving on and seeing what is able to be had here as we move into round number 2. So there's a lot to be seen here and a lot to be had. So it looks like we have Corey that's going to be going against Requiem Blitz. We also have Prismaticism that's going to be going against Nat14. Brocane versus Loner. Some really exciting stuff. JChan versus Siri. That's going to be a Draven versus Aurelia. So really fun to be able to see that. But I think in this case, we're going to be going Ekpilot and Erase here. I think that's going to be a really fun match. And so we'll get that going for you guys and seeing what we are able to have here for you guys as we move into round number 2. Honestly, I was really impressed with what was able to be done there. And Argon, good match there, man. That was a tough matchup versus Aurelia. Siri is a very skilled player, not going to lie. That was a good match that you had. Good to have you here. So yeah, guys, here we go. Boop, and going to be spectating. Let me in. Is it going to let me in? Maybe not. Ah. He might have been recreating the room at that point. Let's see real quick. Let me try to leave and come back. Okay, guys, I'm going to take a quick break real quick to get things situated. I'll be right back. Hey, Argon, thank you so much for the sub, my dude. Really means a lot. Thank you, man. Thank you. Good to have you here, and hopefully you enjoy your tournament. It's not letting me in. Ah, there's the new one. Okay, they're trying to erase it. There we go. Okay, we're waiting for competitors to load in right now. Okay, just trying to get into the lobby, guys. We'll be there in a second. Okay, looks like lobby's full, so I'll be trying to find another one. Alright guys, here we go. The game has already started in another lobby, so we are going to be getting you guys here so that we can get things moving. And it looks like it is going to be a Sivir at the top versus a Annie here. So again, going to be actually a really good matchup. We're jumping in before I am able to fix the graphics, so patience please with that. But the big reason why is just so you guys don't miss out on too much gameplay. So let's get that going for you guys here. Normally I do this on the sidelines. All right, and with that being said, it looks like it is going to be an Annie versus a Sivir here, as a Ride the Wind is going to be coming in with the Lucian being able to take over and immediately take a battlefield and being readied up at that point. Very interesting battlefields to be chosen here too, with the power nexus that is going to be here. When you hold here, you may pay 4 power to be able to score a point. So again, that could be a very big reason for you to be able to win a end of the game here. But I mean, if you're not able to, it can really backfire. When I was playing at my pre-Rift events, my opponent played this battlefield 2 different times, 2 separate opponents, and both times I was able to take the battlefield and win. So this is a very high risk, high reward situation here. And I gotta say, I really do like the Sivir Legend here that is also chosen. This is a very unique deck build that, I mean, could be really fun to watch here, as Annie can be very, very intimidating to go against, especially after winning the China Regionals this weekend. All right, so a lot has been happening here, as it looks like Begfor is going to be at 3 points and also doing even a little bit more reinforcement here. Because one of the hardest parts about going against Lucian is that he is able to be so agile in trying to being taken out. And now we have a hidden card here that Annie could very well be utilizing, so something to be a little bit careful. Oh, both battlefields are going to be having an opponent or a hidden card here. That could be a big difference maker. But again, one of the biggest weaknesses sometimes that can end up happening is that Annie can have too few cards in hand, and that can be to her detriment. So you got to be very careful about what you can do to better balance that card count. But it looks like here the Lucian is going to be moving in, so maybe a little bit of a risk reward here, as a Tide Turner is going to be switching around with the Noxus Hopeful, and that's going to be 6 to 5 if I'm doing math correctly. Yeah, it looks like 6 to 5. If there's a punch first, though, both gold is going to happily be used. And it looks like 1 and 1 at that point for a punch first. And that's going to be a great answer there. Now, the Lucian is going to be going up at that point to 10. And so that Poro and Tide Turner could be in a world of trouble if there is going to be a way to get over to that point. But if not, then they might live to fight another day, and that's going to be another crucial point here for Beg. Yeah, I agree. I wish they had the battlefields like right here in the center and big. You know, not necessarily this big, but just a little bit smaller. Like once you select it, it just automatically puts it here bigger. Because you have all this space here, but it's such a small battlefield. I do like how you highlight over things and it automatically makes it bigger. I do really like that, but I mean, it can make it really difficult. And another Lucian's going to be coming in for the next turn as the Lucian backs out. It is a Lucian v. Lucian at this moment. I mean, both of them working together. As a challenge is going to be coming in. Now it's going to be dealing the damage. 10 damage going into the Tide Turner for 2 at that point. Very much a very good answer there to be taking out some dangerous things. But 3 are going to be taken out in response to that, and that is going to be a Rengar. Now, of course, that can be played at reaction speed, so interestingly enough, that's going to be able to be played into a battlefield, or into a base, and then moved into a battlefield. So, great answer right there to be able to gain another point where in other ways you might not have been able to. So I'm going to be curious to see maybe what Rengar is going to be able to do. I mean, we know that he's probably going into the Zon Warrens, but one thing you want to be careful about is if you have to discard and draw one, and both of the cards are the ones that you want, you don't necessarily want to give those away. And so, again, I'm going to be curious to see what Annie is going to be able to do this turn, because that is a lot of scary might, though on the plus side, only 1 card in hand for the Sivir here as well. So, Kaisa Survivor could be a step in the right direction, though. Though, at the same time, you don't want to necessarily sacrifice that just yet. But both Lucians very well could be attacking into a battlefield and immediately backing out for 2 points. And so it's like, well, how do you get rid of that swinging and evading time and time again? And it looks like Kaisa is going to be accelerated, again, to draw 1 and then discard 1 and draw 1. And so the Zon Warrens is going to be utilized here. Discarding the stacked deck. Interesting choice there. And then being able to ready 2 runes up. And I can understand that, but sometimes it just feels like a very hard decision to make. Especially because what stacked deck is able to do. But now 3 runes are going to be at the ready. The Poro is going to be going against the Lucian. Though you are going to be hoping maybe there's something to buff up the Poro to encourage other responses first. And it looks like a Rebuke is going to be coming in on the Lucian. So this is going to be a lot of runes gone here with the power cost, but still something to really slow down the Lucian here. And sending in now the 5 might into where Kaisa's at. There's only one rune at the ready, and I don't think there's anything that can be able to respond to that, and Lucian will immediately ready up and back out. Again, such a powerful champion ability. Though the big thing is he going to back out here? And so looks like 6 runes are going to be tapped here. 2 recycled. Uh-oh, is this going to be the Sivir coming in? Yes, it looks like that's going to be the case. Now, of course, keep in mind that when I conquer after an attack, if you assign more than 5 excessive damage to an enemy unit, you may deal that much damage to an enemy unit. And so something to keep in mind there. Now the Lucian can back out into base, still being able to maintain a point. Maybe there's a Ride the Wind, though nope, there's only 1 rune left at the tap. But there still is going to be a card that is hidden at this point. And I mean, again, if there's maybe a Ride the Wind to move over to the other battlefield, that could be a big difference maker. Now, Rainguard's going to be able to attack in for 5, though that's not going to be enough against the Sivir at this point. Though the big thing here, too, is if Beg's going to be able to hold the Power Nexus on this following turn, then he could pay the 4 power to be able to do so, though this might not be the case. 3 runes going to be sacrificed, 4 runes going to be sacrificed. There's Deflect 2 on this. Is this going to be another Rebuke? That's a lot of runes sacrificed there. And he's going to be coming out. I'm not sure why all the runes are hidden at this point. Stack deck is also going to be played here. Or added to hand. And then played with the final rune, trying to get any answer to be able to fight another day. And so it looks like he did pay. Did he pay for the hold of the Power Nexus here? And it should be at 7. That might have been something that I might have missed at that point. But still, that is a interesting risk. Yeah, it looks like he has at 7. So he's saying for all the marbles here, no runes at the ready. I have the proper responses to be able to hold at this point. That is a big, or it might, sorry, I do mean energy. Thank you, Big Deck. Yeah, yeah, that was a big thing, paying the 4 power to be able to access Power Nexus to be able to score a point. So he's saying, I have everything that I'm able to do to hold this, though those 3 cards that are in hand could be some very nasty answers. That could be a big deciding factor. Looks like we are going to be getting an Edge of Night hard casted at this point. If there is a fight or flight, I am going to be very fearful for what Annie might be able to do here. But the Edge of Night is going to be equipped to the Sivir. Sivir's going to be moving back to the battlefield. That is going to be 11 might. As On the Hunt is going to be played, the signature spell, readying all units. And so that's going to be 16, or no, 15. Yeah, 16 that could be moving in at this point. Oh, man. But here we go with a switcheroo. Is there going to be something to maybe stop that switcheroo from going off? Oh, can't pay the deflect cost. Oh, no. That might have just cost Beg the game. Can't pay the deflect cost. And now is only going to be having 2 runes and drawing a card. That was absolutely devastating. And yep, there we go. That's going to be going up to 7. Then also could be paying the 4 for the Power Nexus. Believe that can be the final point. And so we'll see what ends up happening here. But again, this was a great answer. And yep, that is going to be the game. So I mean, that was a huge answer, having that Sivir, and then the signature spell being able to ready all of your units. Great answer there, and a very powerful move that Annie just unfortunately wasn't able to counter or answer to. So again, here we go. We're going to be moving into game number 2. And I mean, I'm really impressed with the Sivir deck. It's something a little bit out of the ordinary that we're not used to seeing here, that still had some pretty powerful answers. So now that there is some side decking, is Annie going to be able to find the answers needed to be able to take game 2? Or is Sivir going to have another 2-0? Again, we will see what ends up happening here. No one has finished their game just yet, but it looks like the Annie has just finished the side decking as the Sivir is waiting. And also, one thing that's interesting too is you can switch out the Sivir champions if you so choose. If you're running both, you can play the purple Sivir come game 2, which could be a very nice little shift here. And so we'll see what they end up citing in. But, I mean, it's going to be a thrilling game 2 nonetheless as we get ready for game 2 of round number 2. All right, sorry about that, guys, but yeah, so wife just came home, had a really rough day, and so ended up getting that taken care of in this case. I thought I fixed all the legends. Did it switch back? I thought I totally picked... No, I didn't pick Sivir. Wow. That's on me. Anyway, guys, I am back. Good to have you all here as we are deep into this match, already 5-2, with the Annie having a lot of answers coming in. And so we'll see what is able to be done here. But, I mean, the Annie might be able to get everything done here with time to spare. Now, of course, it looks like a called shot is going to be played here. Being able to look at 2 and draw 1. And still even being able to have the Sivir, if you do sacrifice 2 runes, giving ganking and +2 could be a big difference maker here. And so it looks like, again, another stack deck is going to be utilized here, looking at the top 3, being able to add 1 to hand. And we'll see what that's possibly able to do here. But still, one final answer is going to be needed here. So, yeah. Yeah, Rat Wreck, I will. Don't worry. So, yeah, just needs a little bit of a venting sesh. You know how it is. But it looks like a Fighter Flight is going to be coming in from the Annie, pushing the Sivir back. And that could be a big difference maker here, stopping the battlefield from being taken over. And I'm not sure there's going to be any answers that Sivir could potentially have to answer back at this unless they really wanted to have a punch first, but even then, that looks like something that might not be coming right now. Instead, a gold is going to be created here off of the Treasure Hunter, and that can at least mitigate some of the damages. 2 gold will be able to be utilized here on Sivir's next turn. And so we'll see what might be able to be done here. But Begfor needs to be able to win this game, and he at least has a step in the right direction, though, again, the card draw is so incredibly low here. You can have all the runes you want, but the tough part is, I mean, Annie might have to come out and find a spell to be able to utilize here. But it looks like right now we're going to be going at a 6-3. A Fighter Flight is going to be coming out. And even a even a hard bargain wouldn't be enough to be able to stop that. But still, you have the Traveling Merchant that can also move in. But again, if you are going to be using a punch first, that could be very difficult. Now, of course, you still could go in with the Annie at that point. Having Annie be able to get back a Fighter Flight at this point. But it looks like a challenge instead is going to be coming in, allowing the Sivir to be able to attack the Traveling Merchant. And is there going to be any response that Annie could potentially have here? And it looks like they don't. So again, this is just going to be a very difficult situation here. Maybe if we had Fighter Flight in hand, or not a Fighter Flight, a Ride the Wind in hand could be a good answer here. But looks like one is going to be paying 2, and a Thermo Beam is going to be coming down, destroying all equipment. And that includes gold. And so while that is a big rune sacrifice there, that can really make a difference, especially now if there's a punch first. There's going to be not a lot of gold that is able to be utilized here. And now as it looks like it is going to be, or Annie is going to be adding a Fighter Flight back to hand from the Annie being played, and then sacrificing a rune to hide a mysterious card. No one knows what it is. And so, even still, there's 2 runes at the ready. So, it could be going up to 7. And then if you conquer the other battlefield, could be a good answer here. But this is going to be a very decisive turn for Sivir. And needs to be able to get into the battlefield. But also needs to be able to deal with the Fighter Flight. But this is looking really good for Annie. But the worrisome part here is Annie does a really good job when going first, but seems like she can really struggle when going second. And again, Annie was able to go first this game. That was a very big deciding factor, I believe, and we already see that the point differential is such a big difference here. And so the Sivir is going to be potentially readying up, could be getting another 2 boost if one more power is paid at this point. And yeah, it looks like on the equip, that is going to be the power. That's going to be another 4 added when the Doran's Blade is equipped and the the champion ability is going to be utilized. Very powerful combo right there to be able to move in. But at the same time, there's the fight or flight to again push that unit back to base. And no, we don't collect deck lists at this point. We will for the final season tournament, but I just don't worry about it for right now. Just makes it easier. But we will be starting to collect deck lists once we end the tournament. But yeah, it looks like Annie is going to be moving in against the Treasure Hunter. Now, this is a great move here because it can bait out the punch first here, and it looks like that's exactly what's going to be in hand as the final card. So now we know, hey, there is a Treasure Hunter that's at 6. Okay, cool. Well, what can we now do about that? And if the answer really is nothing, okay, cool, then we just move the Forerunner over to the other battlefield. But it looks like the Fight or Flight is going to be utilized here to push the Ferris Forerunner back to base. But if that final card is a Ride the Wind, nope, instead that's going to be 4 tapped at this point and playing out a Noxus Hopeful and no cards in hand. So only 1 left. A stack deck, that could be a very smart dig right now to be able to get one final answer. What could it be? Three cards, 3 runes at the ready, and 1 final push that needs to be made. But again, every time, though, they've had the answer in their hand. And now they have a hidden card in the battlefield. And this is Sivir's Obelisk of Power, too. That's something to keep in mind here. And so is there anything that they were able to find to be able to get the proper answer to then be able to get the point? Because if not, it looks like that this very well could be it. But it looks like it is going to be forcing out, and that is going to be a fight or flight. If there is a Ride the Wind, there still isn't going to be enough might to be able to get through this. You would need something else, especially with no gold. And yeah, we don't have anything like Aspirant's Climb that's making this game any longer. So very interesting that they still pulled back. I really wonder what that final card is. And it looks like On the Hunt is actually going to be played. What a top deck! And that will then be 8 against the 8. And then just like that, the Treasure Hunter will be able to move in. Though without the Doran's Blade, because there is no body runes to be able to equip. And so it looks like the gold is still going to be created on the move of the Treasure Hunter, and it is going to be 6 to 7, but the Ferris Forerunner is still going to be able to be a little bit of a threat, and especially as everyone here is top decking. If you happen to see a Kaisa, that would be the top deck of the day. So yeah, it looks like the Ferris Forerunner is going to be moving in. That is going to kill the Treasure Hunter. Going up to 7, that's going to be another card draw, though, because they are already at 7. And is this the answer needed? Is this the card that was drawn off the top to be able to win this game, or do they have to hope to defend here? And no, it looks like that is going to be it. Only 1 card in hand. The top deck of the Sivir. What could it even be? Not what you wanted. It looks like a Doran's Blade at that point was able to, unfortunately, lose out there. Not the top deck that the Sivir needed, and we are going into game number 3. So Begfor ended up taking game 2. Trestrish however you say that name, ended up taking game number 1. And again, this is a very interesting Sivir build here. A lot different than what we've normally seen, but still a very interesting deck to be able to see what might be happening here. And I'm going to be curious on what we might be able to do as the side decking is finishing up and we get to see what the final battlefields are here. And so we'll see. But especially as we go into game number 3, it looks like the Obelisk of Power is going to be coming in for Annie. And on the other side, we have Treasure Hoard that when you conquer here, you may pay 1 to play a Gold Gear token exhausted. And so with that, guys, going into game 3, who do you think is going to win this game? And already starting out with an immediate treasure hunter. That could be, or not a treasure hunt, sorry. Sneaky deck hand. That could immediately get you 2 quick points here as a stack deck comes out for the Sivir. Might be looking for that 2-drop here. Either a 2-drop or a 3-drop would be a step in the right direction. And another stacked deck. So might have put a stack deck to find a stack deck. But sometimes you might just start with 2 stacked decks at that point. But again, I mean, yeah. We'll see what is able to be done here. But again, 2 is now played as a, wow, Treasure Trove is able to be utilized here immediately, discarding it too. Now, when this card, when this leaves the board, draw 1 and channel 1 rune exhausted. And so immediately just played it out and killed it to be able to channel a rune and draw a card. So that again is going to be creating a gold for Sivir. So a really interesting combo. But still, we're now going to be going into this game state, going now 3-0. And Sivir does not have a unit on board yet. And so I'm going to be curious to see what we might be doing here to try to get back into this game as the Sivir. 6 runes able to be utilized as both are going to be cost here to be able to play out the Sivir. And again, that's going to be deflect 2. But again, 5-0 already. I'm not sure what else they might be able to do to try to get into this game. And they're going to be opting to just pull back and then play out a Ferris Forerunner. That's going to be a very difficult thing to try to deal with. And again, now Sivir at this point is only going to be at 1 point. You have a ton of cards in hand, but you don't necessarily have the answers needed. And is Sivir just moving way too slow with just an absolute perfect start from Annie so far? This is why it can be such a scary deck and why Obelisk of Power is seeing so much play in set 2. It is in so many decks, especially as that little extra leg to be able to go against Garen, or go against Draven. Not Garen, why would I ever say that? Go against Draven at this point. So Sabotage is coming in. That is going to be able to pick either the Rebuke or the Cleave and put it on the bottom of the deck. And still some really good options here. So if you end up sending in the Ferris Forerunner, you could then add in the Rengar to add 5 might to your attack for a total of an 11 against the Sivir. Now, of course, you still got to be very mindful of the punch first or things like that that are probably in hand for the Sivir. But at the same time, it still feels like there is a lot of work that needs to be put in here on the Sivir side. And so another stack deck is going to be coming in. That's going to be another card added to the top. Or added to the hand. So 6 cards in hand to Annie's 4. And we know every card that is in Annie's hand at this point. So immediately, again, going to be playing out the Treasure Trove and immediately opting to kill it to make gold and also channel a rune. I really do like this combo in the Silver deck, though I do worry that the Treasure Trove costing 2, while it is a good play, could be slowing down a little bit. But at least it can be played the turn that it, and killed the turn that it comes in. And so right there off the bat, we'll see what is able to be happening here. And it looks like a card is going to be hidden. Might be going for a Rebuke at a 4 cost. And yeah, it looks like that is going to be a case as Fight or Flight is going to be pushing it back. And that is going to be a lot of runes sacrificed. But still, you're going to be able to get another 2 points, going to 7. And not only that, you could also be utilizing Kaisa to draw another card. And heck, even Annie to get something back. I mean, there's only 1 card in the discard, so you wouldn't necessarily need to at this point. But still, the Kaisa is going to be coming in. And there's going to be no answer here. Punch First won't do anything at this point. Nothing for Ride the Wind. And it looks like one's going to be tapped to create a gold. Very interesting idea right there. And then the draw off of the Kaisa champion ability for the Conquer. And then immediately the Sneaky Deckhand also is going to be moving in. Maybe an interesting choice there. Though, would you maybe want to put the Forerunner where the Kaisa is? Yep, just so that you have 10 might that needs to get over. And if there's any cards that are hidden at this point, it could be just what is needed to shut down this deck. So we'll see. But again, this is going to be a very big grind here, as a Draven is also coming out. And again, that's going to be a lot here as the 2 runes are put at the ready. No hidden cards, which means there's only 1 potential answer here that can be handled for both battlefields. But still, the Sivir only having 1 unit out, this is going to be very difficult to try to have an answer to. And, I mean, there is a 6-point differential here in game number 3, and Annie has just dominated this game state. So Doran's Blade at least is going to be coming down. Still has the ability to punch first. And if they take 1 battlefield, they can at least deal the damage to another unit on the board. So that already is a pretty big Sivir. That's going to be 6. Yeah, so 6, 7, 8. 8 potentially. To 9. And Obelisk of Power. The battlefield. But even still, this is a tough option here. So we'll see what they are able to get done here. As the gold is tapped and sacked for a called shot, trying to dig a little bit deeper. I mean, really, they might be just trying to find the Ride the Wind. I think that might be the only option to be able to clear both battlefields. And even then, 1 Fight or Flight will end this game. And with 4 cards in hand for Annie, I mean, that just feels more and more likely. And so, yeah, we'll see what is able to be done here, but a very strong stance here for Beg. Looks like that Trey is going to be moving in with the 9 to the current, now 8. So still, though, not necessarily enough. There needs to be 1 more answer. Any Fight or Flight will do this, but it looks like one's going to be tapped as a stacked deck. Is going to be, oh my gosh, that is very telling right there. And the big thing, too, though, is if they find a Fight or Flight and Ferris Forerunner creates the 2 mechs. You can fight or flight the unit. No, unless you can. No, you would be able to play the deflect cost at 4. You cannot sacrifice any runes if you want to be able to use a fight or flight. And so it looks like Called Shot is going to be used as an action speed in response to the stacked deck. So maybe trying to dig a little bit to try to get an answer. And it is going to be repeated for another card. And digging through the deck. I mean, they've easily looked through pretty much their entire deck at this point. And with only 22 cards left in the deck, this Sivir has been able to draw a lot. But it doesn't matter how much you can draw if you don't have the answers. And so more runes being sacrificed here, as a punch first is going to be coming in, adding 5 might, going up to 14. And there's still 2 runes left. That is going to be just enough for a Ride the Wind, but that is going to be leaving 0 runes as the Kaisa is taken out with the excess damage that is going to be dealt here. If you assign 5 or more excess damage, you are then able to assign that excess damage to an enemy. And so it looks like the Varus Forerunner is going to fall. And is there a Ride the Wind? Because if there's not, this was all for naught. It doesn't matter how big you were able to get that Sivir at this point. You're just not going to be able to win the game here. And either you have it or you have it. So it looks like that is going to be a challenge at that point. Still a really great answer, much like the fight or flight. That's going to be another card sacrifice, though. But both have been taken out as the second point is now solidified for Trey. Though, again, this is just going to be a very difficult situation here. No runes left for the Sivir. And it looks like, yeah, very well might have missed another gold opportunity from the Sivir there. So it looks like that's going to be a card draw off the top here if this Conquer goes through. There's no runes, so the Conquer definitely is going to be going through. And at the same time, if there is a fight or flight, that is going to also be a deflect 2 that still can be paid. And that would seal up the game right here and now. Heck, you could even rebuke at this point and still be able to do so and win the game. And so it looks like the bot is going to be moving in and starting the actions with a Ride the Wind to be able to move it over for 2, but there's still 2 runes left. Is there going to be a double cleave potentially? I'm trying to figure out what could be happening here. What is in hand for Annie? That's what I want to know more than anything right now. Nothing. Okay, nothing. So in that case, he backtracked a little bit. Okay, so he's backtracking. He didn't want to attack in just yet. So he does not have a single fight or flight in hand. So even in the 6 cards in hand, the 6 cards in discard, no answer at that point. No rebuke either. So Traveling Merchant is going to be coming over, but again, that's not necessarily going to be the answer you're looking for. And then the Tide Turner is going to be coming in here. And instead going to be switching with the bot here. Okay, so he opted not to actually play it into base. He opted to move it right into the battlefield. No, wait, how did... That is going to be goofy. So a fight or flight's going to allow it to move back into base as the Sivir. It's still going to be at the ready. And this is a really interesting line. I mean, this is such an odd game. I don't get it. This is such an interesting line. So now it's going to be going into 11. Is there going to be an answer here? Is this a switcheroo? It's a switcheroo. That's going to be deflect 2, so you got to still pay the 2 runes. And that's going to be a disconnection for the game right there. Oh my gosh. The answers were there, but I don't think, even with that, the Tide Turner or the mech needed to be back at that point. But even with all of that, the switcheroo was still in hand to be able to get the Sivir, and that was even with the 2 deflects. So, I mean, that could very well be another quick run after losing the game there, and a very well-played match right there. So, guys, we have about 10 minutes left in this round, so we are going to be taking a quick break because who knows how many people are going to be potentially finishing this matchup. Actually, we are only actually, that's it. So round 3 is going to be up here, guys. Awesome. So let's get ready for round 3. Let me get that posted. We're going to be taking a quick break. Alrighty, guys, here we go into the game right off the bat. I mean, again, we're hitting this fast going into round number 3. And again, this is going to be an interesting matchup because it looks like we have a Lux going against Prismaticism. And this is going to be an interesting Draven matchup. And at the same time, Al's been having some really good games here. So I'm going to be very curious to see how this is going to be. But still, even with all of this, there's a lot of answers here that could be pretty difficult to try to deal with for both opponents. And so, yeah, here we go to see what might be able to be done as we start with a stack deck from Prismaticism. If he's, again, able to see a Nocturne, this could be a step in the right direction. But even still, so far, Lux can be a very difficult unit to try to take care of here. And still, now the Ezreal is going to be coming out, and immediately the Lux might be able to have a couple of responses. If there is even like a Singularity, that could be something very devastating here at this point too. And it looks like 6 runes are going to be tapped as it's a progress. Oh, that is one of the scariest starts right there to be able to draw 4, but that's going to be 5 with the Lux Legend ability. Very powerful right there to get some answers. And I mean, here we go, guys. So far, I'm going to be pulling away here for a second, but if we look at the bracket, the reason why I want to point this out is because at the top of the leaderboard, Al, as the Lux player, has not been defeated yet, and neither has Prismaticism here at the Draven. So both of these Titans here are going against each other, and we will see what they are able to do in this matchup. Again, another stack deck coming. The Draven has so many cards in hand. Same with Lux, for that matter. Holy crap. Gosh. As another called shot is going to be played here too. Yeah, sure. Let's just give Draven another 2 cards. Yeah, let's do that. Oh my gosh. Miracle Draven here. Freaking turning 2 cards into 20,000. And so it looks like one is going to be floated as another called shot is going to be utilized, looking at the top 4 cards. And already, guys, we are on turn 4. Draven has 16 cards left in his deck. I can't believe that. I seriously can't believe that. That is insane. Draven has played 2 turns. And he is down to 14 of his 40 cards. And then is immediately playing out 2 battering rams for 1 each. Oh my gosh. I really cannot believe this current board state. I mean, they have all the cards in hand, but here's the hardest part, though. Al is going to need to be able to find some answers here. This is going to be his toughest match of the night. And if he's able to go against Prismaticism here and even just take a game, that's a feat in and of itself because, I mean, you're able to see what Miracle Draven is able to do here. But still, there is the ability to do the... You could do the Imperial Decree and the Bellows Breath. But it looks like it is going to be a 2-2 right here currently, and that is just going to be a straight up trade. Then we are going to be going 5. Does he have the Bellows Breath Imperial Decree combo here? He still needs... He's tapping like he doesn't, but still a Falling Comet. That'll be dealing 5 and drawing another card for the Lux. That at least is going to be clearing up the battlefield. But the hard part here is it is still 3-0 with Prismaticism. And yes, you can Bellows Breath a base. You can. You can pick any battlefield or base at this point, and you can repeat it, so you can pick a battlefield and a base. And so still, even after all of that, we could see 2 battering rams immediately taking over both battlefields, going straight to 5. And so, yeah, it looks like one battlefield is already going to be taken over. And then still going to have the chance for the rest of the battlefields. Oh my gosh, and then here we go. Being able to attach last rites. And so that's going to be for the attachment, recycling 2 units at the bottom. And it looks like 2 called shots are going to be put to the bottom of the deck. Then on Conquer, you're going to be able to play out a Rasha the Sunderer for free because the card count on the discard is over 10 and is very easily to do so. So, I mean, you're looking at these answers all around, and I mean, this is a very difficult board state to try to deal with. Though still with 9 runes and 50,000 cards in hand for the Lux player, there has to be some kind of answer to be able to deal with this board state. And so again, this is going to be the time when Lux is going to be trying to figure out the best course of action to get back into this game. But even still, I mean, you have a Poro out. What are you going to be able to do at this point with even a Poro? And it looks like Electring Yordle, Card Sharp. Oh, I think he's showing his hand at this point and just being like, I don't necessarily have the answers here at this point. The Singularity can help, but I don't think it's going to be enough at this point. The board state is just too far gone, and unfortunately, the Lux wasn't able to find the combos to be able to start creating units, and that's where this game 1 is going to be falling short. And it looks like we have another disconnect. He's gone. That's the second person that has, I think, rage quit against Prismaticism tonight, too. Is that really it? Let me check the Discord to see if anything's being said here. Looks like... No. Oops. Yeah, so that is going to be it. We'll see if there's maybe another... But, I mean, Prismaticism's gone from the lobby, too, so that very well could just be an immediate drop at that point. And so, yeah, it looks like Prismaticism even won that at 2-0 with the rage quit after that. And so, very sad to see, unfortunately. But, hey, that's sometimes the game. And that was just such a very dominant matchup. I mean, just how quick Prismaticism was able to move there at that point. And so, looks like Begfor also didn't necessarily show up to his match. And so, we are going to be canceling that out. And we'll see what else is able to do. Let me get that fixed also as a... As a 2-0 there, and a 2-0 there. That's the thing, is I wish people would just... Yeah, there's been a couple of rage quits this go around. So, guys, we're going to be going back into... I mean, there's so much time left in this round. We've literally just started. So we're going to be looking for another chance. JChan versus Racer should actually be a pretty good matchup, and I think JChan does usually go to time a lot of the time. Not because he's like slow playing, but just because it usually is a very close game. So we're going to be going into that. Looks like it is going to be an Ezreal versus... Oh, it looks like they're side decking currently. Good, so we're at least in game 2. So we'll see what is able to be had here. As it looks like Ezreal is going to be one of the options here, piloted by Erasure. And then on the flip side, we have JChan playing Draven. And again, he's a guy that's been entering a lot of tournaments here and been able to do incredibly good at said tournaments. So I'm going to be curious to see what he might be able to do as we go into this game number 2. And it very well could be another 2-0 that we're going to have to be prepared for. So we'll see. So looks like Prismat is in the lobby waiting. I mean, he's going to have a long wait. That was a very quick rage quit with the Lux going against Miracle Draven. There's just so many hard options on being able to play a lot of units out relatively easily, too. So it is a very complicated deck to pilot, but it can be very rewarding when you have the correct lines found. And, I mean, Prismaticism, just like what I said, he was able to get to 14 cards in his deck by the time he was playing his second turn. That's just absolutely insane. So, and Lux is just going to have a really difficult matchup with that, especially when you're playing out things like the battering ram and things like that. That can be such a difficult matchup there. So it looks like in this case we are going to be seeing a Wages of Pain coming down to be able to destroy the Treasure Hunter, and then the Noxus Hopeful is going to be able to take over the Marai Spire as a stacked deck is answered at the start of that showdown to add another card into hand. And this is going to be a really tough matchup for both players here. Ezreal, I will argue, is one of the harder decks that you have to pilot, whereas Draven can be very pilot-friendly, luckily. Well, luckily, unluckily, depending on what side you're on. But the hard part here is going to be what Ezreal can do to try to stay in this game. And I mean, a Singularity could be that step in the right direction. But is this going to be a hard bargain coming down to stop Singularity in its tracks and saying, nope, that is it. So a turn that is able to be wasted. The only thing that he got off of that was the Ezreal being able to draw a card. So a great answer right there. And that can be, I mean, we've already seen what Hard Bargain can do against a Time Warp at this point. And so it looks like there we go with the Mind Splitter coming in. The whole hand is now going to be revealed at this point, and a card can be picked and just trashed. Now, of course, maybe not doing a called shot to the trash or something, because Fizz will just automatically be able to play it. But I think, yeah, Fizz might be the best choice at this point, especially just with them having two called shots. Yeah, that's the hard part. Two called shots with an Ezreal out on the board. That's a tough choice. That's a tough choice. And Lux has been able to do a lot of really good stuff in this league, but again, sometimes that matchup can be just very difficult to try to go against each other, or to try to go against things. Oh, Roarin' is Nat. Okay. That makes a lot of sense. And so we'll see what ends up happening. Still a lot of time left in this match. And it looks like the Fizz was ultimately selected. Again, that is going to be just such a hard choice to figure out what course of action is the correct one here. And even with getting a Mind Splitter out onto the base, that's going to be a huge aid in trying to get a lot of points going here. And so even with all of that, I mean, we know everything in the hand at this point. He can hide it if he so chooses, but again, the cards are automatically going to be hidden as he draws, as what you see here. But even still, there's one card at the ready, but you don't have to necessarily worry about much here, except you don't have ways to mitigate people's might lower. And so Ezreal's a little bit in a hard place here. And so what I do, Passmine, is I go to Riftbound stats, and you can look up tournament decks and see where they've been able to place. And there's been some Lux decks that have been able to get into the top 64 in China. That might be a step in the right direction for you. So as a called shot is coming down. Oh, whoops. It didn't transition over. Dang it. Hate that. It's like I did it all right. I don't know why it was showing that. Anyway, here we go. Sometimes there's some technical difficulties, but anyway. Also, thank you guys so much for being here. If you do want to be a part of this tournament, there still is plenty of time to try to get into the top 16 here. And so we're going to see what ends up happening as we get ever closer to the top 16. But this is a free tournament for you to be able to play and see what might be happening here. As we see a Fizz coming down, playing a Wages of Pain from the discard. That's going to be dealing 3 damage. Odds are to the Draven would be my guess. And again, immediately creating a gold. And then the Stupefy is going to be taking out the Draven and drawing another additional card. That's also going to be activating Ezreal's Legend ability to draw an additional card on top of that. So a stack deck, again, another way to refill the hand. And he is just out drawing the Draven at this point. Now, again, the best part about drawing cards is that you're able to find some answers, but that's going to be the difficult thing here is, well, how are you going to be able to deal with this board state? Right now, you're going against JChan, and it is 5-0 here, and you've been able to draw a lot of cards. You're down to half of your deck already being seen, but you need to be able to deal with those threats that are out in the battlefield. And already now with the Ferris Forerunner coming out into the base, Ezreal needs to get into this game. Otherwise, it's going to run away from him before he's even able to get onto the board. So Fizz is going to be able to go in. Repeat costs are going to be down by 1 now. He's on the board, but still a lot of work to do here. Another Wages of Pain coming down. That's going to be 3 damage onto the Mind Splitter. And then maybe a Frigid Touch repeated for the 4. Yep, that's going to be exactly it. So that's going to be a cost of 2 at that point, because the Ezreal is going to cover 1 of the costs, and then also Mirai Spire is going to be covering the other cost for a total of a repeated card for just 2. But is this going to be, oh, another Longsword able to come in, so it's holding on at 2 might. You could repeat Bellows Breath, though. Oh, the Factory Recall to push it away and say, yep, it's dead. A good response, though. Do you now push the Ezreal for the extra point? And for me, I just don't think it's worth it at this point. But this is such a sacrifice to try to get there, because you have to figure out how to even deal with the Ferris Forerunner. And with Fizz being out in the battlefield, if there's no cards that are able to be hidden at this point, and it looks like there is, you do not want to give Draven an automatic combat win. That is one of the last things that you want to do, and it looks like at least Ezreal is going to be able to defend himself here. So we'll see, but it looks like the Forerunner and the Noxus Hopeful should be able to try to take both battlefields. This is going to end up in a trade with another Wages of Pain potentially coming down. But if there's like a signature gear in hand for the Draven, that could be a very difficult answer to try to deal with at that point. And again, I have to say that Ezreal can be, again, one of the hardest decks to try to pilot. And especially into your Draven matchup, that is going to be one of the toughest things to try to deal with. And it looks like a Fight or Flight is going to just be played straight from the hand, sending the Fizz back to the base. And then Bellows Breath coming down to be able to deal the final damage. And so, I mean, it looks like, yeah, the Noxus Hopeful could be falling here. But even still, the Fizz is still going to... No, let me see. Because they're both being dealt at action speed. And then again with another sword. Well, of course, that got bounced back to the hand. So that's going to be a wasted card at that point. A little bit of a mistake here for Erasure. So we'll see what ends up happening here, but already this isn't looking like a good situation. Again, JChan is a very difficult opponent to have to go against in this situation. He's been tried and proven, especially on the Runes and Rift tournament, and I would not be surprised if he enters the Runes and Rift Open in this tournament if he's definitely not in the top 8. I mean, he is just a very formidable opponent who's been playing Draven for, gosh, what, a little bit over a month now. And has had a great run in doing so. So it looks like we're going to have a seal played for a seal. But there has to be some kind of response. Even a Singularity could be easily countered with 5 runes. But it looks like an Arcane Shift is at least going to be picking the Fizz. I mean, even picking an Ezreal could be a good choice here. But it looks like the Fizz is going to be picked. Arcane Shift will then be banished. And then you could be seeing Wages of Pain being played again from the trash to deal the final 3 damage. But another equipment could be coming in. And it looks like, yep, Wages of Pain is now coming in. But no response yet. And one battlefield is now clear, but another still needs to be taken. So Ezreal's going to be moving into the battlefield. Not sure there... I mean, you could... if you so chose, fight or flight, but there isn't necessarily like a good reason to do so at this point. And especially with being tapped out, I'm trying to imagine what kind of line the Ezreal could then take to try to clear the Forerunner. And it looks like he might be digging a little bit deeper with the called shot. I mean, it wouldn't... Yeah, that's the hard part. At that point, you don't have enough for Singularity anymore. And so, I mean, at this point, if anything, you're searching for a Rebuke. And if you're not able to find that, that's going to be the end of the game. And it might have been maybe a little bit of a misplay having the Fizz blipped back in, because then it comes in exerted where it was at the ready at the beginning of the turn. And yes, you were able to take down the Noxus Hopeful, but now you're down a unit where otherwise you might have been okay if you had something like maybe a Frigid Touch or something along those lines in hand to at least push for the battlefield to be cleared out initially. So it looks like another Arcane Shift is going to be coming in. Again, that's going to be blipping the Fizz. He's going to be defending the battlefield. 3 damage onto the Ferris Forerunner. And I'm going to be curious on what's selected of the 14 cards. And it looks like a called shot is going to be utilized here. Again, that's going to be another power cost, but there's 2 left. Again, looking through 4 cards at this point, trying to find that final answer to take care of the board state. And it looks like the Rebuke was finally found, and the Ferris Forerunner is going to be pushed back to hand, and the game is going to continue. And it's like, but still, I don't necessarily know. There's 10 runes for Draven, though. That is a lot of possibilities. Even with 5 cards in hand, that's a great scenario for him to be able to come into this game. And it looks like 5 is going to be tapped, potentially being a, accelerated Kaisa at that point, moving into Obelisk of Power. That's going to be another card draw for the for the 7 points and then 1 for the Kaisa ability. Then not only that, the Draven's going to be coming in, and that is going to equip for a 9 going against 6, and that should lock down the game. So again, I don't necessarily see what other options we might be having here. I don't think there is anything. I mean, the opponent is completely tapped out right now. And so, yeah, that has to be the game at that point. So yeah, it looks like that is going to be it for the round there. I mean, these are going so fast tonight. And it looks like Nat 14 ended up dropping, so we're going to give Loner that. And then go to participants and cut out Nat. And so we have a little bit more that is still going to be coming our way. One more round after this, and we'll see what ends up happening. But it's been a really thrilling, kind of interesting ideas, but Draven has really been dominating tonight on all fronts. It looks like that even if we take a look at the bracket on where everyone's at, it looks like we have 3 games that are still looking to finish. But currently, right now, we have Prismaticism that is currently in first place at 3-0, followed by DM Van, JChan, and Erasure just got defeated at that point. So only 3 left undefeated here. So this final round is going to be really thrilling to see what ends up playing out. But again, we've had a couple of drops so far, and that's unfortunate to see. But again, you're able to play as many rounds as you want to play at this point, and we'll see who is able to take this final round. So guys, we are going to be taking a really quick break while we wait for this final round, and we'll see what ends up happening. But so far, Draven and Annie have been making waves through tonight's Champions of the Rift. So stay tuned, but we'll be right back. There we go. Okay, we're back. Anyway, guys, welcome. So we do have a couple of games that are still, of course, finishing up. I think it shouldn't actually be too much longer, all things considered. So we are just going to, talk here and see what ends up happening. But yeah, we got a lot of really interesting things that have happened over the past couple of weeks, especially with the regionals that have been going on in China. And it's going to be interesting to see how different it might be with the Italy results here on the regionals in this next couple of weeks. And so I think we're 10 days until our next regionals, and that is going to be literally right after the game releases. And so it'll be interesting to see what ends up happening. I do have my Draven built here. Actually pulled pretty much everything I needed for the Draven list at this point. I still don't know what I'm taking. I still need 3 of Draven's signature gear, but otherwise we actually got pretty much everything at this point. And we'll see how it actually plays. So we have a 2K here in Utah that is going to be taking place the week before Vegas. And it just depends on when I'm going to be able to check things out. But what decks are you guys looking forward to building? And has boxes been a little bit difficult for you guys to find, or has it not been too bad? Hopefully it hasn't been too bad for you, but I know especially over in Europe, they've been struggling a lot lately. Yeah, so where is so we can find the schedule and information for these sort of events? That's the hard part. There's not necessarily a one-spot shop. And yeah, I'll be going to Vegas, Crash. But yeah, there's not really a one-shop spot. If you find tournaments online, I know there is a Thursday Night Fights that ends up being played. I know there's a Monday tournament. There's my tournament. Runes and Rift runs generally bigger tournaments. They're doing a 1K this weekend. But yeah, that's going to be the big thing here is if you do want some practice in Spiritforged, you are more than welcome to join this tournament. We're going to be running Spiritforged for the very foreseeable future. And this is a very free event that you are able to utilize. And so you can go and join the Discord down below, and I'll post every Sunday or Monday a link for you to be able to sign up to the tournament, and you're able to sign up anytime before we start. So, and if you end up just playing a round or two, I know we had like Tara tonight who ended up just playing 1 round and then ended up dropping. You're more than welcome to do so, but you get points added to your leaderboard based on how many rounds you also end up playing. So if you end up getting first place, then you get 10 points. If you end up getting like 5th place, then you might only get like 2 points. I forget what the allocation is, but you guys get the idea. And then regardless, you get 1 point every week. If you don't end up placing anywhere, you get 1 point. And so can be a lot of fun and a great way for you to be able to practice this game. Yeah. Anyway, and some really fun options here. So it looks like we have Azir here. That could be actually a lot of fun there. Yeah, for me personally, gosh, I ultimately want to try every single deck personally. I just like it, and I try to take a different deck every week to locals. While I am preparing for Vegas, I am going to be taking the one deck that I am going to be bringing to Vegas to the tournament there, and playing that. And so it looks like Requiem Blitz just dropped, but I need to know what his actual name is. That's the hard part. When their Discord is different than... Okay, Requiem Blitz. All right. Ah, yes. Gotcha. So it looks like we only have one more crew, or one more team that is trying to finish Traithris. Oh, it looks like they just finished. Nice. So it looks like we are going to be finishing the 4th round. So here we go, guys. Let me get that going. This has been a really quick tournament. I think this has been the fastest our tournament has ever been run. Yeah, it's only 6:21. We're an hour ahead of schedule. This is absolutely insane. So anyway, guys, we are going into the final round of Champions of the Rift. So we'll see who ends up actually taking this. But right now, I mean, we might have JChan versus Prismaticism. Yeah, it looks like we have JChan versus Prismaticism. That's going to be one to watch, though I don't think you guys probably want to watch Draven versus Draven, but it's Miracle Draven versus Standard Draven. So if you do want to watch that, let me know in the comments. Otherwise, I will be picking a different one to watch. So answer now real quick. Otherwise, I will watch the top match of this. Otherwise, we will go with DMV versus, let's see, where is Loner? Loner versus Erasure, which is running Ezreal. So we'll see. But hurry and quickly let me know so we can get into that game and get things set up. So let's see. All right, so no major, like, very quick oppositions here. Looks like we are going to be joining Prismat versus JChan. I mean, this is going to be just a very high-leveled match here to watch. Very skilled competitors here that are both proven themselves on and off, of course, of this tournament. And going to be very impressed to see what they are able to do. So we are going to be watching Prismaticism. And it looks like JChan versus Prismaticism. So Draven v. Draven. That's going to be a match and a half, let's be real. And so let's transition over. And then we are going to be doing... I got it mixed up, of course. I had a 50-50 chance on that being the correct option here. This could be also a really quick game for all we know. So, and thank you for the follow, Neptune's Wrath. Good to have you here. And so let's see what is able to get done here, as it looks like JChan ended up winning the die roll and will be going first. Now we have Zon Warrens, which specifically says that when you conquer here, discard one, then draw one, and Reaver's Row, which says, hey, when you're defending, you're able to back out. But already Prismaticism is able to draw and get some draw advantage, discarding a scrap heap to be able to draw two with the play of Ezreal. One of the best starts that you are able to get going here, but still, JChan being able to have the Treasure Hunter is going to be able to make some gold relatively easily, and that can be something to give him a good advantage here in this game, as now Draven is coming out onto the battlefield. Now, at the same time, it's going to be interesting to see if JChan is able to figure out, or how quickly he will be able to figure out that this is a Miracle Draven list. But already when you're seeing like Ezreal and Scrap Heap, that usually is a big indicator that it is going to be the Miracle Draven list. And so you got to be a little bit careful about what you're able to do. But again, JChan being able to go first is very helpful here. So we'll see what actually ends up happening. And so here we go, though. This is going to be a very difficult situation here. 4 runes at the ready for Prismaticism, so we'll see if there's maybe something that is able to be done here, but this is still going to be a tough series of turns. Now, of course, the Draven is at least tapped out, so Ezreal, if he chooses to move in, Treasure Hunter will, of course, be creating a gold on the move out, but you're going to be giving Miracle Draven an additional card draw. And so right now, it is Prismaticism that is playing Miracle Draven. And again, this has been such a fast stream tonight, but it looks like Draven is going to be immediately moving in here as Ezreal and both of them are able to take the battlefield, conquering this, and now it is going to be 2-1 with JChan having a little bit of the advantage here, being able to at least go first. But still, that is going to be a wall and a half to try to get over. But I mean, there still are cards like Falling Star that regular Draven does add, though I don't know if JChan actually holds that in his deck. But if it is one of the more standard builds that we see with Draven, then there is a good chance that there is maybe a Falling Star or two. And so, yeah, here it comes, a big turn here. A lot of choices to make, and again, you got to be very calculated with said decks on what you're able to do here. And so we'll see, but again, they're at 6, so they really could go and, if they have like a Ferris Forerunner, and for those of you who don't know, they are playing on TCG Arena. It's an online client where you are able to import your decks and even go against random opponents if you so choose to get that extra practice in on how to play this game. And this is also a very great place to be able to run online tournaments. So if you do want to see how to play and how to and to learn how to play on this client, I have a video on my YouTube channel that says that is by Silent Knight, called How to Play Riftbound Online, and it gives you step-by-step guides, even the hotkeys on how to play on this website. So tune in, and if you do want to join this tournament, it is open to the public. If you have a Tuesday night open, then you are able to play. It's a normal Tuesday night for Shia LaBeouf. So still, right now, Prismaticism does have a lot of cards in hand. He is at 8 cards in hand, 5 runes at the ready, and a battlefield that is held down. Brocane wasn't playing this week. He wasn't showing up, it looks like. And so again, though, this is almost a little bit of a given turn. And if Prismaticism, he doesn't run any. Was in round 3, 2-0. Let me see. Yeah, Brocane's going against Siri. So yeah, how you sign up for this Discord tournament, or how you sign up for this tournament, is in the description down below. Is a link to my Discord. Then every Sunday or Monday, I post the link on how to sign up, and we play every Tuesday at 6 Eastern. I open the check-ins an hour before, so if you sign up even during the check-in, that's perfectly fine. You are then able to sign up. You can play all the rounds, which it's 4 rounds every single week, or you can decide to, just play a round or two and then drop after that. So up to you in that case. So it looks like that's going to be an Ezreal play, and then just an immediately switching back. And so this is gonna be just a very, it looks like this is gonna be a grind of a match. Prismaticism didn't necessarily have the explosive start that he had in what we saw versus Lux, where he had all the draw, all the answers, and went through his entire deck by this point of the game. I mean, right now, when he was going against Lux, he was at 14 cards remaining in his deck. And so, again, this is a very big deal to try to see what ends up happening. But it looks like the Treasure Hunter is going to be moving in, creating a gold on the move, going up to 3. But again, how do you then deal with 3 runes at the ready for Prismaticism and a hidden card in the Zon Warrens? And I think that's going to be one of the hardest things to try to deal with. But at least JChan is able to deal with the other battlefield and was able to go first. But even still, it looks like he is going to be tempting fate here. Can sacrifice a gold to go up to 6 with his Draven, but at the same time, Prismaticism can do the same. But that's going to be the big deal, because even after all of that, if that is a fight or flight in hand, he can push the Draven back. Or heck, even the Ferris Forerunner back. So currently there are no bans and no limits in the rule books. Though a lot of people are calling for the Draven Legend to be banned, or at least errated, but they've already said that they're not going to errata it. So we'll see what they are able to do here. And again, if you want to learn how to play Draven, or even just learn how to get better at Riftbound in general, watching Prismaticism streams on Twitch can be very beneficial. Just provides so much insight on his lines and his gameplay. And he is just a very skilled player in general that brings so much to the game of Riftbound. So it looks like a fight or flight is going to be played from the hand instead. So the hidden card is still remaining hidden. And it looks like the Draven is going to be pushed back to the battlefield. Now, of course, on that action speed, there's still going to be... Oh, it looks like the Forerunner is going to be pushed back, but there still is a chance to then push it back in with another action doing a Ride the Wind. But it looks like a Rebuke then is going to be coming in on the Draven, and that's going to now be 2 to 6. And this very well could be a switcheroo for that matter. Yep, it is a switcheroo, so now it's going to be 2 to 6, but the Draven instead is going to be the 2. And so is there going to be any answers here that JChan is able to utilize? It did go through, so he doesn't have a hard bargain in hand. Though hard bargain, I think, is more so in the side deck, not in main decks of Dravens. But, I mean, that was such a good switcheroo there, played by Prismaticism. And it very well could have been something where, you know, that JChan went for the trade here. I mean, he does have kind of the board state here, but still, it looks like a fight or flight is going to be pushing back now the Traveling Merchant, and that is going to be a 1 combat at that point. Traveling Merchant on the move is going to be activating to discard and draw 1. And that's going to be a great stance here. A 1 combat there to draw a card, as Prismaticism now will be playing stack deck to be able to draw a card. I don't believe the showdown has completely resolved, so Prismaticism is still playing at action speed on the showdown. Then the combat will be won, the point will be scored, and JChan will go up. So that was a battle and a half with so many answers that had to be used there, but even still, JChan was able to come out on top. And still, with 4 runes at the ready, he could be hiring, or he could be hiding a card, or even playing out another unit or 2 to be able to build up his board state. So he discards the longsword here with the ability, battlefield ability. And that is going to be a pass. So two runes at the ready. That's going to be at least one answer in hand as Prismaticism plays the called shot that is immediately going to be repeated by the Ezreal ability. Again, reason why it's going to be one of the, if not the most expensive card of set 2. We're already seeing the price at $120, and that again is going to be pre-sale. It might very well fall down to around $90, but with 2 regionals coming up, it could be going up and spiking to near $120 so that people can get their Ezreals and compete in the regionals event. So yeah, we're going to see what ends up going on here with the called shot. It looks like Prismaticism might be having a very difficult choice to make here on the second card. And that can be also one of the hardest parts about playing the unit here, or about playing Miracle Draven, is trying to pick the correct lines can be such a difficult deck to deal with all the lines. So it looks like the Treasure Hunter is going to be backing out. That's going to be now four gold, or maybe 3. I don't think... Yeah, it looks like he has 3 gold there. And the one combat is going to be putting Draven up to 3, and very well might be now. Oh, another called shot coming out. And so we'll see what ends up happening here. And it looks like a Nocturne was also found off the top, so that is going to be placed down in the battlefield for a recycled rune. And yeah, so with that, I do think that a lot of the overnumbered cards might fall a little bit, but not very much. There's over 40 overnumbered in this set. And so that's just going to make them all the more collectible and all the more rare. So something to definitely keep in mind with that. And so that was a very strong turn, but a lot of runes sacrificed for Prismaticism here. Does he have another card to potentially play? He's floating 4. So yeah, I can see the chat between them. You guys can. I have that covered because it does show what cards that they pull. But yeah, it looks like Prismaticism is going to be floating 4. He's played, what, 1, 2... I think he's played 3 cards so far, so he still could play out his battering rams. I think he's played 3, so he could float 4 and play 2 out. And even tap 1 and the Seal of Discord to be even able to play out a Rasha. So again, I mean, this is just what Miracle Draven can do, and you're looking at even the draw disparity here. Now, yes, JChan does have a much more developed board state, but really not by much. I mean, it's very close in might, but the gold could be the big difference maker here, though there are 2 Seal of Discords out. And so we'll see, though, what the rest of this turn is going to entail. Prismaticism is really thinking about this decision here. And so it looks like Prismat is going to be sacking another rune at this point for Bushwhack to come in. And so that's going to count as 2 in one of his runes. So he might even be floating another one at that point. Oh my gosh. This is a very interesting line to be taking. But again, I trust what Prismaticism is doing here. He has all the answers potentially in his hand at this point. But this is a big risk here. Very big risk. But even with that, there we go with 2 of the battering rams coming out. And 1 card, 1 rune at the ready as the Rasha now has the 10th card. Those are all going to be ready at that point. Holy crap, what a push. That was just such a powerful line that Prismaticism just pulled off. And that is going to be a huge swing as just like that, Prismaticism added 16 might onto the board and moved right into the Zon Warrants to go against Draven. Draven would need to sacrifice a rune at this point to be able to go up to 6 and take out the Rasha, or really anything at that matter and make it 10 might instead. But even still, that is just such a devastating board state. And just like that, the momentum just shifted right into Prismaticism's favor. And I'm not sure what JChan is going to be able to do against this opponent. So it looks like the rune is going to be sacrificed, going up to 6. And then going with a stacked deck on top of that. So again, though, Prismaticism is going to be playing another. Yeah, so it looks like that is going to be a trade. Still a draw off of the 1 combat. It's only 4-4, but you look at the disparity here. This is absolutely insane. I mean, on one side, yeah, you only have 9 might, but on the other, you have 10. So to try to take both battlefields here is going to be just such an uphill battle, but JChan still at least has the ability of going first, which means if he's able to take 1 battlefield, that's going to be a big deciding factor. But something like Reaver's Row could really turn and bite him in the back, because giving your opponent that chance to back out is going to be a big shift there, because it's like, okay, cool, well, I'm just going to back my Ezreal out in this case and see what we need to do at that point. And so still, even with all of that, still playing out a Traveling Merchant into base. He is tapped out at this point. I am just blown away here. Now, the thing is, too, though, JChan does have the ability to play things out like Draven and some accelerated units, but at the same time, you're seeing what Miracle Draven is able to do here. And, I mean, you can see that Prismaticism just knows his lines at this point and knows what he needs to do. And I am just very impressed with how it's playing. And so again, now JChan has a big choice to make here. And if there's going to be anything that he can do to be able to deal with this board state. I mean, I am just still in awe by what they were able to have here. And so it looks like JChan is starting to make some moves. Is it Rasha? Rasha? Rasa or Rasha? I don't know. I keep saying Rasha, but it's probably Rasa. That's been the bane of my existence, is saying League of Legends names wrong. But I think it's Rasa. But still, looks like there is going to be a big push here with the Forerunner moving into the battlefield. And that is going to be a 1 combat there. Again, another vital card draw here. Still another board state that needs to be dealt with. Also, with Zon Warrens being able to discard and draw a card. And so a Rebuke is going to be discarded here. Now, of course, there are ways to get it back, such as like with Fizz or something, but I'm not sure if JChan runs a Fizz in his deck. And so it looks like Ride the Wind is going to be moving over. That's going to be 9 might. And of course, with Prismaticism being tapped out, a very powerful move here by JChan. Now, of course, 1 unit is going to be able to back out here. And it looks like that very well will be probably the Ezreal, if I had to guess. But, I mean, if you do want the higher might in this case, you might take the Nocturne. Also, if you just need to even discard a card, you might just go with the Traveling. Oh, but it looks like it's going to stay for the trade, and that's going to be 2 mechs coming out instead. And so, also, really love that decision there. I mean, something that I would maybe want to even protect my units, but Prismaticism said, no, I'm good. And so it looks like that the Treasure Hunter is going to be moving in, utilizing the gold to be able to move the equipment over so that you don't lose it, and also not having to sacrifice one of your runes, because again, this can be so important for Draven to have this rune count here. But with only having 3 runes up, is this going to be something that sets Prismaticism back and gives JChan the game here? The Traveling Merchant is going to be moving in. The Draven discarded at this point. And are there any other answers to be preparing for the onslaught here that might be coming in? Now, of course, there's 1 gold and 2 seals up, so if you do need to hide a card or 2, you're going to be able to do so. So we'll see, but I mean, this is going to be another very difficult turn. And this has been a grind of game 1. And every choice matters here. One little bit of misplay, and the other opponent is going to be able to capitalize on this immediately. So you got to be so careful and calculated on what you're able to do here. So with 3 runes. And I mean, also, you got to be a little bit fearful because of all the different ways that, you know, going up to 9 runes could very well just mean that I'm going in and going to be accelerating out units. But it looks like a called shot is going to be drawn here by the Fizz being played. And a Nocturne is going to be found. So a little bit of a good find there. So a Nocturne is guaranteed to be played here. And adding a little bit more defense over to potentially Zon Warrens. And it looks like, yeah, that is going to be the case, though another rune is going to be sacrificed here to be able to play him out. But that extra 4 might could be a big difference maker as another seal comes in and a hidden card. And it is passed. It is on JChan. He is at 7 points. And the might is there. But can he somehow figure out how to get the Treasure Hunter to move in over or possibly accelerate out a unit or 2? So the Draven Mirror match has been just absolutely thrilling and a grind from start to finish, but it looks like with 1 starting, a stack deck is going to be coming in, potentially trying to find the answer needed at this point, and it looks like that was a very quick decision there. So still, even right now, it is currently 10. To Darius now coming in, that's going to be adding an additional 7. But even with that, do you have enough? Because there's 9 to 10, so even if you do fight or flight something back, the scary part is if that is switcheroo. Nope, it is a fight or flight, so that is going to be pushing back a unit. And that is going to be it, as game number 1 is taken by JChan, taking down the Miracle Draven. And so one of these days I'll get the right one, guys. Give me a second. Hey, how's it going? So that was just an absolutely thrilling match between JChan and Prismaticism right now. That was only game 1, but you got to see how calculated you have to be on both sides. I was really worried for JChan. I didn't know how necessarily he'd be able to deal with the explosive turn that Prismaticism had, where he had 10 might on one field, 9 might on another, but the Ferris Forerunner being able to have the signature spell, or the signature gear of Draven, was the big tipping point with Ride the Wind to be able to take back control of this game and ultimately take it to his opponent. Now, at the same time, Prismaticism was going second, so now that he's going first, is this going to be something that he is able to utilize and take it to JChan, and we go into a game 3. Let me know who you think is going to win this game 2, JChan or Prismaticism, and will we be going to a game 3? Let's find out, but both of these side deckings are going to be very difficult to try to play around and to figure out what to best do for your opponent here. And especially into Miracle Draven, it can just be such a difficult matchup to figure out what the correct sequencing might be, what you need to take out. And this is where the game knowledge can be very powerful here. And I haven't seen a lot of Miracle Dravens that we've had to practice against here. And so we'll see. But with that being said, it looks like we are going into game number 2. So we'll see who is able to take this and what we have coming for us as we go into game number 2 with Obelisk of Power and the Candlelit Sanctum. Now, for those of you who don't know, Candlelit Sanctum does say that when you conquer here, you look at the top 2 cards of your main deck. You may place, you may recycle one or both of them and put those back, those you don't back in any order. Likewise, Obelisk of Power starts everyone with 1 extra card. And so here we go with Prismaticism starting out with a Traveling Merchant. And one of the biggest things you can do here is just playing your Draven out on turn 1. It can be one of the things to start tipping the scales into your favor, which is something that JChan needs to utilize, and that's why Obelisk of Power is so important. But also, it looks like that Traveling Merchant did not decide to go into a battlefield, which might be very telling. Prismaticism might not have the answers needed to be able to defend. So he might not have any rebukes, he might not have any fight or flights. And that could be very telling here for JChan. And if Prismaticism doesn't have that in hand, this could be a very difficult game for Prismat to be able to pilot here. Especially if JChan does have the fight or flights and the rebukes and things like that. But it looks like a Darius is going to be coming in instead. And another pass, neither taking over a battlefield just yet. So again, might be very telling on the flip side of that, of both opponents not necessarily having the answers to stop the other person. But still, here we go with a stacked deck coming out from Prismaticism. He's going to be able to look at the top 3 cards. Oh, gosh, yeah. That is a good question. I don't know why it blipped back to Ezreal. That's really weird. You guys saw that. I did it right originally. So anyway, there we go with him drawing 1, and he's going to be discarding Scrap Heap with the Traveling Merchant, then also being able to look at the top 2 cards of the deck and placing them back in any order. So again, we'll see what ends up going on here, but this could be a big deciding factor. And also, with what Prismaticism could be seeing at the top of the deck, that could be a difficult choice here. But also, I mean, gosh, a Darius and a Draven out onto the battlefield for JChan. But, I mean, someone has to start taking a little bit more of the battlefield. Still, Prismaticism is hard casting out a Nocturne at this point. And another stacked deck. I mean, it's just going to be people taking care of stacked decks one after another at this point. But still, the card draw is relatively even, all things considered here. But with 2 runes at the ready, it looks like that the Traveling Merchant is going to fall. That is going to be a 1 combat. Now, again, able to look at the top 2 cards of the Candlelit Sanctum and being able to place them back in any order. Prismaticism did put 1 on top, 1 on bottom. And it looks like JChan is putting 1 on the bottom so far. Is he going to opt to put the other? And so here we go. Looks like they are going to be putting both to the bottom of the deck, followed by a Ferris Forerunner coming out onto the battle. Oh, another Draven. Wow, let me just... Or another Darius. Wow. So this is going to be interesting, too, because now what JChan's strategy might very well be is that he'll move in with the Dariuses 1 at a time, play 2 cards out, immediately pull them back to the battlefield to try to avoid the confrontations here and deal with things. But it looks like another Nocturne is going to be found from the searching here of the called shot. And that's going to be a sacrificed room, but a sacrificed room much appreciated at this point to be able to get another 4 might unit down onto the battlefield. But again, with this wall that JChan is building up, there is a lot of fear that it's like, well, you know, he's going to be able to attack in. But at the same time, now the deck disparity is going to be a little bit different, especially with how Prismaticism is now at 23 to 29 cards respectively. And so if you are able to defend here, and here's the scary part too with the Dariuses, is you attack in and yeah, they are able to fight or flight them out. But then you're immediately able to play 2 cards and just ready them right back up and get the guaranteed points while taking care of your opponent's units. But even still, you're seeing a lot of movement here on Prismaticism's side as another Ezreal is coming out after playing a scrap heap, and that's going to be another card discarded and 2 cards drawn. JChan is now going to be able to move in, get 3 points, immediately back out with the Dariuses, and it's going to be 3-1 right here. And Prismaticism might have a little bit of work to do, but he has done a great job at building up his base. But it looks like a Falling Star might be calling that a little bit short. Both Ezreals are going to be falling at this point, as now only 12 might is going to be on the front here for Prismaticism. JChan's going to be activating the Candlelit Sanctum to look at the top 2 cards. One's going to be going on to the bottom, and one's going to remain at the top. And then 3-1 as the second one is taken with a Noxus Hopeful. Both are going to be readied up at that and moving right back to the base. This is the combo that JChan needed to be able to continue to take it to Prismaticism. And I am just really impressed. I mean, gosh, this is a very kind of luck of the draw situation, but one that JChan is absolutely capitalizing on here. And so, yeah, it looks like Prismaticism is immediately going to be taking over the battlefield. There's still 4 runes at the ready, so there maybe is something that JChan could do with the 5 cards in hand. But even if not, he's still looking really good, and Prismaticism's going to need to have to try to find a way to conquer and push back here at this point. Because it really might just come down to whoever can stop the other from conquering, even just for one turn. That could very well be the way to stop the momentum of your opponent and take this game. But it looks like Arasha is going to be coming out for 2 and a Chaos Rune tap. Or a Seal tap, sorry. And then a hidden card and a hidden card. And so the tough part is, though, that's going to be 10 might. And Invert Timelines is going to be coming out at this point. Though it looks like a hard bargain is going to be stopping that Invert Timelines. A great time to be able to utilize that. And it looks like Draven's going to be moving in. So it could very well be 10 might on both battlefields. But again, if Darius goes and attacks in on one, and they send, one of the units back or things like that, then you play 2 cards and Darius readies right back up. So this is going to be a very calculated turn that JChan needs to make. But if he is able to come out on top against Prismaticism, then this could be a major blow, especially after the Invert Timelines is not coming through for him there. And I mean, heck, even at this point, you could send both Dariuses in. And it would be really interesting if it was like a fight or flight, pushing one of the Dariuses back. And then you rebuke the Rasa. Sorry. I'll say it right one of these days, the Rasa. And it's like, that's not necessarily like the biggest blow, but it would take out the Nocturne at that point. And man, do we have a match here. But it looks like going to be opting in to sending pretty much everything into one battlefield. Now, of course, the Dravens are going to be able to activate their runes to go up to 6. And in that case, JChan would be floating 1. But again, you're assuming that's going to be a fight or flight. But even if it was a switcheroo, you could switch the Nocturne with the Darius, and that would be a swing for 2 might. That would be a decent enough swing at that point, I believe. But still, I mean, if there is a signature gear in hand for the Draven, this could be a big difference maker. So Prismaticism is going to be opting into adding 1. Going up to 6, so that is going to be 10 right there. But will JChan also opt to do the same? And yep, looks like he is going to be opting to do the same. So it is going to be a 6-6 on the Dravens, respectively. Same thing. And otherwise, that is a huge swing. So that's going to be 15 right now. Switcheroo is going to be coming in. That is going to be the Nocturne targeting the Draven at that point. And if there is any additional responses here, you do want to be a little bit careful because you haven't played 2 cards yet. You're able to play 1 card at this point. But it looks like there might not be any responses here. So the 1 combat, though, is still going to be very helpful here. And the drawn card. So JChan at least has won half the battle here. But he needs to be able to move in and potentially take over the other battlefield. But there's 2 runes left up, which means out of the 3 cards, it could be another option here for Prismaticism with, I mean, gosh, it could be the Signature Blade. It could be a Fight or Flight. It could even be a Rebuke for that matter, though the Rebuke would be really hurting Prismaticism at this point. So again, a very difficult board state. There is still one rune floating. And again, they have to be very calculated here. Because, yeah, that's the hard part. If it's the gear and you move in with the Darius at this point, then that's going to be 13 to 7. But it looks like the Darius is actually just going to be moving in and reinforcing the Obelisk of Power, followed by 4 runes being tapped. And a Kaisa that is going to be coming out, followed by a Noxus Hopeful, right? Yep. Yeah, looks like it. Then the Darius is, of course, going to be readied up, though he is going to be staying put. Now, at the same time, we saw the invert timeline. So, does that mean that Prismaticism didn't necessarily like his hand? Or would he rather still be more at even footing here with JChan? And both actually could be the correct answer there. But the invert timelines is a very interesting play, one that we actually saw in the third place regionals list for Draven this past week. So definitely is something to consider and very viable here. But we'll see what is able to be done here, as Prismaticism now has 4 cards in hand and 6 runes to be able to work with. But it looks like a Piercing Light is going to be played, and not only that, repeated for that matter. That's going to be dealing 4 might around. And that is going to be playing instead now a Longsword to be able to save the Kaisa. And so that's going to be a step in the right direction, but still now the blade is going to be coming down at that point, bringing the Nocturne up to 7. And it does have ganking. I forgot about that. The Nocturne had ganking. So the 7 is now going to be going against the Darius. And that is going to be a called shot in response. It is an action card, so it is able to be played. So we'll see what is able to be done, but that is going to be a major conquer right there for Prismaticism, evening out the battlefield, and you still have 1 card that you have to be worried about, but still, the Kaisa even being able to take over the other battlefield could be a big help. But if there is a Rebuke in hand for JChan, even to just push the Rasha back could be a big enough swing to help out here. Because again, if the hidden card is a fight or flight, then the Rasha would be pushed back, and the card would essentially just not necessarily be as helpful as it could have been. And another 2 points for JChan and a double conquer here. But it looks like everything is going to be moving in to the Candlelit Sanctum, and we'll see. And yeah, it looks like that is going to be a trade. The switcheroo fizzling away at that point, as the Noxus Hopeful is going to be able to And so it looks like in this case, though, a Noxus or Overzealous Fan is going to be played, but a stack deck is going to be played by Prismaticism at this point. He needs to be able to refill his hand a little bit better. And going with 2 for another Ezreal, a good step in the direction as a sneaky, or not a sneaky, a whatchamacallit, Scrap Heap. I don't know why I can't remember that name, but that'll allow him to draw a couple of cards, and he has immediately been able to build up his hand again. Though that is still going to be putting JChan at 6 points. That's pretty good. And JChan also has 7 cards in hand, so not only could he try to build up his battlefield being up to 7 points on the Conquer with Overzealous Fan, Prismaticism only does have 2 cards in hand at this point. And so it looks like it is going to be a conquer going up to 7 points. And that's going to be a Mind Splitter coming in, being able to put a card onto the bottom. And it looks like, yeah, that gear is going into the trash, not able to be utilized. Prismaticism's down to 13 cards left in his deck. And that might be the seal in the coffin here. But it all depends on what Prismaticism might top deck here. But that is going to be 9. Yeah, 9, and then even 1 rune up at the ready still. No card hidden, though. But both battlefields will need to stop from being conquered here in order for the victory to be stopped here. So it looks like the battering ram is going to be moving in. That is going to cause for a draw on the combat here. A little bit of a glitched card at this point. Really odd. Prismaticism is going to also be able to look at the top 2 cards of the deck. Looks like he put 1 on the bottom. And so even after all of that, he still has 9 might, but 1 can be sent back from the overzealous fan. So it looks like the Ezreal is going to be coming in first, maybe to even bait out a little bit of the answer here. And it's like, okay, well, do you want to either trade or... And it looks like we are going to be opting into the trade, but there's still 8 runes and a 1 combat at that point. And that's going to be a Bushwhack coming in. That's going to be readying something up, so another seal is going to be played with a seal. And a Battering Ram is going to be coming in for 11 at that point. And it looks like a stacked deck is going to be drawn here, but that was a major victory won right there for Prismaticism. But again, he has 0 cards in hand. But if he goes up to 6 points, then it's going to be up to JChan to be able to conquer both. And so another called shot is going to be utilized here, being able to refill his hand. And I mean, gosh, how many cards left do you need to have in your deck? The Bushwhack has actually been a really good card to add. I've been really impressed with it. And so it looks like a Fizz is going to be coming down. That is going to allow for another activation here of a spell. And Invert Timelines is now going to be utilized here. And that's going to be drawing Prismaticism a brand new hand. And everything is going to be discarded for JChan. I mean, that could still be something to help JChan, but still all 7 cards have been discarded. And instead, now he's going to be at 5 at the turn pass. Now, even still, if he's able to somehow accelerate out a unit and rebuild his battlefield, I mean, he could do a Kaisa and like a Noxus Hopeful, potentially. And then equip the sword. Oh my gosh, but still, look at this board state that Prismaticism has been able to build. And so, yeah, you have to get over 8. Not necessarily sure if there is a way. You can accelerate out a Kaisa and do a fight or flight on the Fizz. Okay, so it looks like Prismaticism is opting into the other battlefield here. But still, he is completely tapped out at this point, which means that JChan could potentially take the 1 battlefield. But it's almost like he's saying that he might have a fight or flight in hand at this point. So, gonna be interested to see what answers there are even to be had here. And so does JChan have the answer here? He needs to be able to take 1 battlefield, or at least be able to clear it. So it looks like a, ooh, called shot. Floating 2 runes to try to find the answers. But still needs to be able to have a unit to be able to come down onto the battlefield here. And so it looks like even more is going to be coming down. An accelerated Kaisa with the equipped here. And that's going to be allowing for the Noxus Hopeful to be pushed back. That's going to be 2 cards drawn. 1 for the 7 points and 1 for the Kaisa ability. And 1 for the 1 combat. And if there's any way to hide a card and be able to have 2 runes at the ready, that could be a very big deciding factor here. But again, it all comes down to JChan. If he can hold this battlefield and win this game. But it's gonna be a rebuke? I'm not sure. Because he's tapped out. He's showing that he has the rebuke in hand. So I'm wondering if they're just saying, hey, by the way, I have the rebuke in hand. Do you want to just go to game 3? But it looks like Prismaticism is like, yeah, we're still going to be playing it out. So it's going to be 7-7 here. But that is a lot on the battlefield here. And it looks like a Fizz is going to be coming down. And yeah, still could be a loss, but it looks like a Piercing Light is going to be coming in. That's going to be dealing 2 damage. And then a Rebuke is going to be sending back the Kaisa at this point, and that very well could be the game. There has to be a taken battlefield here at this point. It is 7-7 in game number 2. And it looks like that is going to now be game number 3. So here we go, guys. Time is almost going to be called here. And then we are going to be going to turn 0 at that point and going 1, 2, 3 to be able to finish out this tournament. It is going to be such a tight game to try to figure out who is going to be able to take this final round. So we'll see, but man, it is going to be a match and a half. I don't know what's going on with Prismat's cards, though. That's super funny. And so it looks like it's going to be Prismaticism's turn, or JChan's turn. Watching the clock for time. And nope, not yet. Okay, we're almost there. And called. Okay. So time is now called, so it is going to be the start of turn 0, and then it's going to go 0, 1, 2, 3, and we'll see what is able to be done here. And so right now, JChan now is at turn 1. He has to win by 2 here. That's going to be the big deciding factor in this case, especially as Obelisk of Power is now being utilized by Prismaticism. So I think we actually still have 2 competitors that are playing here. Oh, nope. Looks like the others just ended up finishing. So it's JChan versus Prismaticism. Honestly, if they finish out the game, I'm not necessarily mad about that. But there we go with the Darius being hard casted at this point, not being able to be readied up. But again, this can be a very useful tool to be able to get things moving. And this is the only round tonight that's actually gone to time. Everyone else has been playing their rounds in literally about 40 minutes or less. But yeah, that's going to be the big thing. I have said the ping for time. So it's going to be interesting to see. Let me double check on what they might be doing here. A lot of people don't even have... So it looks like they might be going to turns at this point. But it looks like a Nocturne is going to be found off at the top of a stacked deck. So a little bit of a silver lining there for Prismaticism. But it looks like this very well could be a tie. It looks like they might not be able to get ahead by 2 points. And gosh, a seal. Oh my gosh. So sacrificing 1 rune to be able to seal, and I think he accidentally pinged out the Ezreal in that case, but still the hand at that point. And it looks like that the Darius is going to be moving in as Prismaticism is going to discard the Nocturne and be able to play a wow. And so again, though, this is going to be maybe a little bit tough of a field to try to build. Yeah, and so looks like the... Or it very well might have just been the seals. I'm not sure quite what that sequence was. But anything can be recycled for the summoning of the Nocturne. Or for the playing of the Nocturne. So we'll see what is able to be done here at this point. But it looks like a Falling Star is going to be double pinging there. And interesting that they are picking the Battering Ram instead. So interesting choice there. But, you know, not necessarily mad at that. That's a big removal there. But Draven is still going to be able to go up to 6, which is going to be at total of 9. And with only 4 runes at the ready now, if there's not enough to be able to get like a Darius in or something like that. But if he does a Rebuke right here, this could be a good answer, a step in the right direction. But it looks like something might be coming out here. Potentially? No, it doesn't look like it. Oh, looks like Prismat caught himself on recycling the rune. Okay, so he did recycle the rune finally. And so it looks like the called shot is going to be utilized to give the extra 2 might onto the Darius. The Noxus Hopeful is then going to be able to get the Conquer, draw the card, and go up to 1 for JChan. And then the Draven is going to be coming down, readying up 2 runes after the Conquer, potentially doing a fight or flight or something along those lines as it is currently 1-1. And so another Invert Timelines is going to be coming down at this point. And so if there is another Invert Timelines at that, I mean, there's nothing he could do if he does the stack deck. That's just basically a new hand for him, but that's going to be an additional 2 cards, essentially, for Prismaticism. And he had a rough hand at the beginning. So, and it looks like these guys are just going to be playing it out in this case. And especially with them being the last 2. I'm happy to see who actually takes this. This is going to be a tight match, and it's already been a really long game. And, I mean, heck, we're still 20 minutes under. Or, no, 30 minutes under. This has been a really fast night. So it looks like a stack deck is going to be coming in at that point. Prismaticism being able to look at 3. And really, I mean, it sucks that he has the 3 seals that he has to work through. But now going in with the call shot on top of that. And so he is going to be able to refill his hand pretty successfully at that. And one thing that I do love about the Invert Timelines, I do think it is a really good add in the Miracle Draven because you want to get as many cards into the discard as possible so that you can start playing your Rashas out for the single power. That's a lot of might that you're able to get out. Or there it is right there. And I mean, oh my gosh, 11 might just added out into the board state right there. As JChan now goes up to 2. And so this is going to be a tough call. What do you do when you are able to divide and conquer like that? If you send the Rasa over into the Targon's Peak and there's any response, then you're just in trouble. But also, it's like you just have to go all in on 1 at that point. And so it looks like the Darius is going to be coming out and then the pullback. Giving Prismaticism another chance. And at this point, yeah, guys, I think they are just playing it out. It is good practice anyway. But this will end in a tie. But I'm more okay with them playing it out just to see who would win, because I mean this is definitely good practice. So again, here we go, though. A lot of tanking here for both opponents. They've each taken their fair share of time on the turns. And so again, with an Ezreal coming out, I mean, you can see just the card draw that Ezreal is able to give and the card disparity. It's only been, I mean, again, we're on turn 4 here for Prismaticism. And he's already at 15 cards again in his deck to 24. But still, that's still, you know, an extra 9 cards that Miracle Draven has been able to draw. And so it all comes down to this. Do you take both battlefields and then try to reinforce? At this point, JChan, I mean, he only will be at 6 runes. though that could be a lot of might that is able to be swung in on with Darius and Draven. So it looks like looks like a full stack on one side going up to 2, and then being able to ready 2 runes on top of that is going to be a huge aid here too, especially as a traveling merchant, then readying 2 runes because of the Targon's Peak and a pass. So still currently 2-2. And man, do we have a game here. And so, yeah, still, we got to figure out how do you even take care of that? Because you could even go for example, like a called shot. Not a called shot, a stack deck, and then find a 2-cost answer for the battlefield here. And that could be a big difference maker for the showdown if JChan happened to send everything in. But it looks like Darius is going to be moving in to the Obelisk of Power, going to 3 points. And he'll be able to move right back out if 2 cards are played. It looks like one is going to be tapped, and it is going to be a stacked deck that is going to be played. But still, there is a lot of work to be had here. And so, yeah, it looks like it's just going to be a full commitment to a battlefield here. And with JChan being a little bit ahead, he's maybe hoping to draw a couple of more cards to stay in the game and to really take it to his opponent next turn. But even if he uses next turn to play out like a Ferris Forerunner and prepare for the attack that is to come, that could be a big help. But at the same time, still could be still needs to be an answer from Prismaticism to deal with the board state before JChan just takes it to 8 points from holding a battlefield. So we'll see what ends up happening, but it looks like the Traveling Merchant is going to go to where he is safest. That's going to discard and draw 2. And then with that, a stacked deck is going to be coming down for Prismaticism. Again, looking for 3, looking at the top 3 cards and then adding 1. And so again, though, this is going to be an interesting choice because Prismaticism only has 10 cards in hand, or 10 or 11 cards left in the deck. But it is going to be just a full rebuild at this turn for Prismaticism, and you look at what he was able to add out on Might. And at the same time, I don't know what, at this point, JChan is able to do. I mean, at this point, do you just reinforce with the Noxus Hopeful and then use all your cards and runes in hand to try to combat the... I mean, gosh, that is going to be 20 might that is potentially coming your way this following turn from Prismaticism. So again, we'll see what the correct choice is here. But again, this is just such a draw disparity here. And I'm not sure if there's anything that JChan could maybe do to prepare for this. But it looks like there is going to just be a full pullback, and then on top of that, a face-down card. But I don't know if this is even going to be enough. Oh yeah, and the Nocturnes have ganking too. There has to be no way to be able to defeat this board state. And it very well might be that JChan is just hoping to at least take a couple of things with him, and then on the following turn attack into the Targon's Peak. But even still, with all those cards out onto the battlefield, we haven't even seen a Last Rites necessarily. And it's like, oh my gosh, you know, you see on Prismaticism's side that he has 14 cards in the trash. That's it. Everything else is on the field or in his hand of the 40 cards. That's insane. And so here we go with all the answers here. There's 5 runes on JChan's side, 1 hidden card. Darius will get +2. But even still, even if there is an answer at this point, there very well could just even be a rebuke. You know, but it looks like the sword is going to be added. That's going to be +2. That's 1 card played. Then with the reveal, that's going to be 2. That's going to be moving Darius up to 9. Looks like that is going to be a Tide Turner to switch in the Treasure Hunter. That's going to be creating a gold on the move there. So maybe a little bit of a silver lining there. And so in total, that is going to be an extra 4 added. So that's going to be 10 to all of that. But it looks like, yeah, that is going to be a lost combat, another card drawn for Prismaticism, and now he can use everything at his will. I mean, he still has the 3 seals up. He has 10 runes that is still able to be utilized even after this battle. And I'm not sure what JChan is going to be able to do to come back from this. Dinner's ready. So I'll be down in about 5 minutes. And then again with the Fizz coming down at this point, if he does decide to recycle the runes and everything, it's not going to make any difference whatsoever. Or like putting the discard back into the deck and giving your opponent a point. He's got a complete hold down on the battlefield at this point. And both cards now are going to be hidden. And still 7 runes at the ready. This is a fortress that has been built by Prismaticism, and I don't know if there's anything that JChan can do to try to get around it. What a wall. And this is what JChan, I mean, you know, has to face up against, and it's like, well, what do you even do in this kind of situation? I don't think there is much that you can do here. And JChan's mulling over. He only has 4 cards in hand. On the plus side, he does have 8 runes. That's a decent amount to be able to work with. But I don't see any way for JChan to get out of this. This is just an absolute fortress that he was able to build here. And so I think JChan might just really be checking all of his options. Even just taking over one battlefield might be a little bit of help. But again, even at that point, you're almost delaying the inevitable. It'll be 5 to 6 on the following turn. And then you still got to try to figure out how to deal with this board state. There still could be rebukes in hand or fighter flights or things like that you have to try to deal with here. So it looks like we are going to be equipping the longsword. And at this point, the downwell might be the only thing that Draven's going to be able to do here. Now, the hard part with downwell is that also you are still going to be able to play out your Rashas. 2 Rashas would immediately be able to come right back out. That counts as 2 cards played, which means also the battering rams would even be able to come out a little bit after that, too. For not a lot of runes. So there's a fighter flight now coming in that's going to be pushing back the Tide Turner. I think that might have just sealed the game here. And that's going to be a 1 combat, another card in the hand for Prismaticism here. I mean, I am just very impressed with what's been here so far. And then here we go again with another blade that is able to be utilized here. Spinning axe, sorry. Another spinning axe. That's going to be 7 now going in. That's going to be able to at least take down the Fizz and the Nocturne. Yeah, so, I mean, the Seals would immediately be able to come right back out. The Rasas would be coming out, and then you'd be easily able to play the battering rams for 1 each. So, really, on the side of Prismaticism, Downwell is going to be a great option for him here. And again, here we go with the Draven now moving in, though I don't think a rune is going to be sacrificed. There still is the hidden card here, and it's going to be 7 to 6, though Prismat is going to be showing off his own spinning axe at this point, and then a fighter flight is going to be coming from hand, pushing the Rasha back. Now, of course, it is going to be a switcheroo that isn't going to necessarily be viable at this point. And JChan has still been able to take a battlefield, but on the following turn, there is still a lot of might that is going to be able to come right back in. And only 2 cards in hand for JChan. I don't know what he's going to be able to do to try to withstand the sheer might that Prismaticism is going to be able to run at him. And yeah, that would help. That would help. And so an overzealous fan is played out into the battlefield. That's going to at least allow one thing to get pushed back, but it looks like a rebuke is just immediately going to be getting played out, and the overzealous fan is just by himself. Prismaticism's also at 6 points. And so it looks like the Ezreal's going to be moving in against the overzealous fan. That still can be a 1 combat if there... Nope. Oh, wait. No, there's no way for him to be able to do that. And instead, again, is holding down the battlefield and is going to be passing over at 7 points. That is going to be sealing the game here. And I don't think there is going to be anything that JChan is going to be able to do to the might that Prismaticism has been able to dish out. So with that pass, again, going to be checking on how everything is looking. And still with 3 cards in hand, 6 runes to still be used. 1 card still hidden in a battlefield. Gosh. And it looks like, yeah, we're drawing just to see what we might have had to be able to deal with the board state, but still nothing that was able to be done. And that is going to be sealing the game here for Prismaticism, taking the finals here, going 4-0 and having some fierce competition that he has to deal with. So very well done by Prismaticism on being able to win that. And you get to see that Prismaticism with Miracle Draven is very well suited to go into these matchups. It has a lot of might that is able to get down and has just so much utilization. I mean, he's ending the game with 5 cards in the deck. That is it. 20 cards in the discard, 5 cards in the deck, 3 cards in hand, and everything else out into the battlefield. But anyway, guys, that is going to be it for us tonight. Again, if you want to take part in these tournaments, always feel free to join the Discord down below. These are free. You play 4 rounds Tuesday night at 6 p.m. Eastern. If you want to play only a couple of rounds, feel free to do so and drop when you want. But this is just a great way for you to gain some big experience to prepare for either your locals or if you are going to regionals. Both are great options for you to have some high-level play here. So we'll see what ends up happening. But guys, that's going to be it for now. And until next time, have a good one.